एक बात कर लेंगे ना. So yeah, even if you think in a more formal way about that, right? So nowadays research publications are mandated, right? By every accreditation agency. For example, after NAC A grade कैसे मिला है? ऐसे कौन सा लोग मिला है? Right? नहीं मिला है. NAC A plus grade research output is there from the organization, right? It carries 25% grading for our universities, right? अभी NIRF rank yes, no, madam. We have applied for NIRF ranking also. So National Institutional Ranking Framework, right? 30% of the weightage is given to research, right? So that means your top management of the institution, right? They would want you to engage in research, right? So if you are publishing, right, again you become indispensable for the organization, right? So they love faculty members who are publishing, right? So from student side, management side, right, to every dimension, the engagement with research will keep you kind of going higher and higher, right? Right? What else? So as a practitioner, doctor, tomorrow you want to become a clinical nutritionist in the hospital. So why research is important? ठीक है जो मन में आया कर लेंगे इंटरवेंशन हो जाएगा. Hindi fine, everybody right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, to understand burden of a particular disease, right? So to know more about existing nutritional interventions, right? And plan your nutritional intervention in a better way, right? What do we call that? So, for example, I am there, I am a council nutritionist, I am doing whatever comes to my mind, right? So she is kind of going through all the literature, she is trying to kind of understand what is the latest existing scientific, what do we call it? Evidence, right? So scientific evidence for a particular intervention, right? And then she is planning all our treatments based on the available evidence. What do we call that? Evidence-based clinical practice, right? Or evidence-based nutrition practice, right? Is it important nowadays? So why it is important? Yeah, for better outcomes certainly, Nitish can be. Okay, okay. Yeah, just before going into that, yeah. So research का ये भी definition है, ना? क्या है? So if you steal from one market, it is plagiarism. You steal from multiple people, it is research. So नहीं चल रहा है आजकल ये काम. करते थे एक जमाने में, right? But now people have come with the right tools, right? Anti-plagiarism tools, right? तो दिखाएंगे अगर बीच में अगर मौका मिलता है तो anti-plagiarism tool कैसे check करते हैं document को, and how it gives the report, right? पकड़ा जाता है आप गूगल में 20th पेज ऑफ गूगल में जाके एक गंदा सा एक वेबसाइट के अंदर से एक सेंटेंस निकाल लिया तो ये सॉफ्टवेयर टूल एग्जैक्टली बोलेगा कि भाई आप गूगल 20th पेज में एक फालतू वेबसाइट से एक सेंटेंस निकाले, right? They are that good, right? Okay, great. Yeah, so evidence-based nutrition kahiye, evidence-based medicine kahiye, right? It has got these three components, right? The first component is expertise of your subject, the nutrition expertise, right? Or you can call it as clinical expertise or your right nutrition-related understanding and knowledge and the basic concepts of your nutrition. That you get it from your curriculum training, right? So your faculty members, by your reading, right? By engaging in all your practical trainings, you understand about nutrition. That expertise is kind of, we are very good, right? So in India, knowledge is one of the best academic setting, right? In the globe, right? And that Madam is mentioning, right? You have tie-ups with the hospitals, you have internships, right? So when you go there, the kind of exposure you get to people, right? Nobody else in the world can give that kind of exposure to you, right? So अगर कोई आप यूएस में जाके यूके में जाके एक पेशेंट से बात करना है तो पूरा तपस्या करना पड़ता है. यहाँ पे today, right? People are there available to talk, interact, and learn, right? The second important aspect is the patient values and expectations. Whoever you are treating, right, or you are interacting, right, taking care of their expectations and values into account, right? इंडियन से कोई बेटर कर ही नहीं सकते यार, क्योंकि we are such a socio-culturally, religiously diverse society, right? And we don't have any problem with each other, right? Right? Adapt हो जाते हैं ऐसे quickly, 2 सेकंड में, right? Linguistically may be different, right? So कल गया था एक medical college में, there are people from North India, there are people from East India, right? कोई बंगाली तेलुगु बोल रहा है, वो हैदराबाद स्लैंग में, तेलंगाना स्लैंग में बोल रहा है, तो सीख जाते हैं 2 महीने में, 1 महीने में सोशल कल्चर अडाप्ट करते हैं, राइट? सो दैट स्किल वी गेट नेचुरली इन इंडिया, राइट? एंड बट द थर्ड स्किल दैट इज कॉल्ड द लास्ट वन, राइट? ब्रिंगिंग बेस्ट एक्सटर्नल एविडेंस इनटू क्लिनिकल प्रैक्टिस। यहाँ पे हमारा थोड़ा सा प्लस माइनस है, राइट? क्योंकि नॉट एवरी इंस्टीट्यूशन टीचर्स रिसर्च ड्यूरिंग अंडरग्रेजुएशन, right? But what I heard and what I got from few students who are with us at St. John's is different, right? So there's a lot of emphasis on research, and I'm really pleased to be here, right? Uh, so ये कैसे आता है? What do you mean by best available evidence? What do we mean by best available scientific evidence? Yeah, from literature, right? Whatever the existing scientific research, the publications are right. Through that, can we move to the next? Yeah, this is called hierarchy of scientific evidence, right? Yeah, the highest form of evidence comes from clinical practice guidelines, right? If a reputed, competent organization, right? Many of your nutrition associations or societies, they are issuing guidelines, right? About nutrition, right? That is the best form of evidence because all the expert team would have gone through all the available evidence, summarized it nicely, right, into a form of guideline. This will have both scientific and legal standing, right? You can claim that okay, my treatment is based on these particular guidelines which are issued by so and so competent authority, right? If our guidelines nahi hai aapke paas, then the next best available evidence is called systematic review and meta-analysis, right? So which is again a sort of some a team of researchers will try to summarize the existing evidence in total. They don't handpick, huh? Right? So why systematic review meta-analysis is important is, right? मेरा एक WhatsApp ग्रुप है फ्रेंड्स का, राइट? देयर आर फ्रॉम तमिलनाडु, राइट? वहाँ पे पेलियो डाइट को लेके काफी डिस्कशन चलता है, राइट? There's a lot of discussion about paleo diet. लड़ते रहते हैं, right? एक बंदा बोलता है एक दिन यार ये paleo diet ठीक नहीं है, इसकी वजह से रिकल paleo होगा, liver dysfunction होगा, ये वो, एंड तुरंत एक और जो paleo diet को सपोर्ट करता है एक आर्टिकल निकाल के ऐसा पता करके WhatsApp में भेज देगा, राइट? देखो ये आर्टिकल ने बोला कोई ऐसा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, राइट? फिर 5 मिनट के बाद फिर दूसरा बंदा उठेगा सुबह ऐसे एक और आर्टिकल ऐसा डालेगा कि यार देखो इसमें इतना ज्यादा रिकल paleo था paleo diet को, राइट? So what is happening there? Confirmation bias होते हैं ना, right? तो अगर आपको एक हीरो पसंद है, आपको वही YouTube में जाके एक बार वो वीडियो देखिएगा तो वो बार-बार वही आते रहते हैं, राइट? आप ना चाहे भी तो 5-6 दिन के बाद वही वीडियो देखते रहते हैं बार-बार, राइट? अभी आपका सेम जो the thought process will keep on getting reinforced, right? तो उनका भी वही हालत है, एक-एक बंदा अपना एक-एक आर्टिकल निकाल के डाल रहा है, every article इसका भी true है, उसका भी true है, right? But what is the problem is they are not looking at the evidence in total, right? Bits and pieces में fragmented में जो अपने को चाहिए hand picking बोलते हैं इसको, right? Right? So systematic meta-analysis will avoid that kind of hand picking of information, right? अगर मेरे को systematic meta-analysis करना है, right? So I have to take all the available information as on that day and summarize it in a non-biased manner, right? In an objective manner, right? So that is why that is again best form of evidence, right? So you should. So then I will immediately what I will do is whenever these people are showing all these things, first I will go to format and search for the systematic meta-analysis. अगर वो नहीं है तो मैं बहुत खुशी होता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे को सिस्टमैटिक रिव्यू करने के गैप मिलता है. So then I will talk to somebody in my team and say, यार इसमें सिस्टमैटिक रिव्यू नहीं है, let us do it, right? So that is the next best evidence. अगर systematic review meta-analysis नहीं है, right? You are talking about any diet-related intervention, then next best evidence is randomized control trial. उसके बाद आता है cohort study, case control study, cross-sectional studies, and all other kind of studies, right? और animal studies, ये वो सब कुछ bottom में आता है, right? So these are all kind of This is the evidence hierarchy, right? So this is the first technical slide I'm presenting today. So please, I'll share this. And this is there in our website in CoGuide. Most of all of you are registered in CoGuide. You can go through and watch the videos. But remember, कि जब भी आप clinical practice में जाते हो, we need to first look for guidelines. नहीं है तो meta-analysis, systematic review, नहीं है तो RCT, right? नहीं है तो niche, right? Okay, next. Yeah, why it is important, right? ठीक है यार, हम मैं न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट हूँ, एक्सपर्ट हूँ, जो मैंने सीख लिया उसके थ्रू मैं इंफॉर्मेशन दे दूंगा, तो नहीं चलेगा यार, right? क्योंकि till 5 years back, right, or maybe 10 years back, before I did, somewhere around 2005, 2006, the trend started, right? उससे पहले डॉक्टर या न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट या कोई भी मेडिकल राइट केयर में है, हेल्थ केयर प्रैक्टिशनर्स बोलिए हम सबको मिला के, राइट? सो they used to call us like, they used to treat us like gods, right? हम जो भी बोलेंगे बोलते थे कि यार आप भगवान हो, राइट? मानते थे ना लोग, राइट? कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछते थे ज्यादा, राइट? बट अभी नहीं है सिचुएशन ऐसा, राइट? चेंज हो गया. The reason is information. Information, पहले हम भगवान इसलिए थे, हमारे पास सारा इंफॉर्मेशन था, उनके पास कोई इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं था ना, इसलिए जो भी हमको पता था उसको कुछ नहीं पता तो मानते थे, राइट? तो फिर धीरे 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 आईटी रेवोल्यूशन हो गया. नाउ इट इज इंफॉर्मेशन एसिमिलेटेड अदर. उनके पास सब कुछ है, हमारे पास भी है, लेकिन हमारे पास टाइम नहीं होता इतने सारे पढ़ने के लिए, राइट? फॉर एग्जांपल मैं हमेशा यही होता है, लोग बोलते हैं ठीक है मेरे पेशेंट के पास जो भी है मेरे पास भी है, राइट? बट प्रॉब्लम यू हैव टू डील विद हंड्रेड्स ऑफ डिसीजेस, हंड्रेड्स ऑफ सिचुएशन, राइट? अगर इफ आई एम having a kind of one of my family member, right, suffering from, let us say, chronic kidney disease, dialysis पे है, I want to learn about what that particular person should eat or should not eat, मैं पूरा दिन उसी पे लगे रहूँगा, है ना? तो आप इतना थोड़ी पढ़ सकते हैं इसी के लिए, राइट? मैं पूरा दिन रात में बात करते रहूँगा, इधर उधर से डिस्कस करते रहूँगा, राइट? कोई व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में डालूंगा कि यार इसको सी के लिए हो गया, कोई आपके पास कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन है तो फिर जो भी फालतू लोग बैठे होते हैं घर में अपने रिलेटिव्स की सर्कल में, राइट? टाइम पास नहीं हो रहा तो एक एक इन्फॉर्मेशन जो हैंड पिकिंग वाला भेजते रहते हैं. वो सब पढ़ के क्या होगा, उनका इन्फॉर्मेशन मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन सारे दिमाग में जाएगा. एंड इट इज कपल्ड विद अनदर डेंजरस थिंग. So information overload के साथ जो deadly combination है, that is mistrust, right? Thanks to media, thanks to everybody, right? वो आंध्रा में होता था एक बंदा बीरा मछली की डाइट करके, आपने सुना होगा सब लोग, है ना? तो हजार लोग अटेंड करते थे उनकी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, राइट? ऐसा छोटे छोटे हॉल में नहीं करता था, वो ग्राउंड में करता था, right? And so he was advocating a very high fat, low carbohydrate diet, right? Very dangerous levels of high fat and low carbohydrate diet. पता नहीं क्या क्या, मेरे को डर लगता था वो सुनते ही, right? So he was challenging the entire community of healthcare, traditional healthcare practitioners, all of those, right? कि यार आपका concept ही गलत है, आपका फंडा ही गलत है, right? So एक दो कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट आए, मैं गाली गलौज पे उतर गया, टेक्निकल डिस्कशन तो गया बात. नहीं यार, वो बंदा बात करता था टेक्निकल में, he used to tell about the entire insulin, right, the metabolism पूरा पढ़ाता था वो, right? मेरे वो अगर बायोकेमिस्ट्री में टॉप कर देता हूँ. So but see all these people, right? So not only him, right? There are so many people, right? So nowadays कोई बोलता है millets खा लो, कोई बोलता है, right, fruits ही खा लो खाली, right? हम तो मतलब कभी cook food खाने वाले ही नहीं थे. Right? So all these things that they are creating an element of mistrust and a sort of element of doubt in the minds of people. Just imagine a person who is sitting across the table with you with all the doubts in his mind and the mistrust levels very high. आपकी बात मानने के लिए तैयार ही नहीं है, इतना डाउट है, हर एक चीज ऐसा दिख रहा है, राइट? तो फिर उसके पास इतना मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन है, राइट? तो पूरा हमारा दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा, right? So then you should have that kind of skill, right, to tell him, see, the information you are holding, right, is not from authentic sources. The way you are interpreting the information is not correct, right? As a clinical practitioner, I know that this is the right source of information coming from a scientific evidence, and this is the right way of interpreting things. अगर वो स्किल आपके पास नहीं है तो ये वाला जो इकोसिस्टम में सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाएंगे, right? So as a nutritionist tomorrow you need to justify your decisions. कल को कोई अगर आपने कोई एक्सट्रीम डाइट पे डाल दे, कोई मर गया, तो कोर्ट में होगा, सुनवाई होता है ना, राइट? तो कैसे दिया है न्यूट्रिशन इंटरवेंशन, राइट? The people are right. So then you need to have that skill to kind of back your decision. See, my decision was backed by scientific evidence, right? So जो भी मैंने किया था ऐसे फालतू हवा से उठा के नहीं दिया था, right? Yes. Next. So yeah, yes. Next. So self-declared authority. Go back. Go back. Go back. Yeah. And also all these things, right? Encroachment by media, right? Encroachment by administration, judiciary. Everybody is now peeping into your right decisions, clinical decisions, right? So tough होता है यार, right? Just आपको जो academic skill है वो it is very important, and your soft skills in terms of handling the patients, dealing with the people are important. But along with that, you need to have this kind of third skill, which is yeah, sourcing the information from the right places, reading the information faster, understanding it, assimilating it in the right way, and applying it to your practice, right? And ability to kind of quote information, cite information at ease, right? अगर ये skills आपके पास है तो आप कर जाएंगे, कोई भी फील्ड में जाएंगे, be an entrepreneur, be a practitioner, be an academician, right? Go into NGO sector, everywhere you will be respected, right? डरते हैं लोग आपसे पंगा लेने के लिए, बोलते यार ये बड़ा strong है technically, इससे नहीं हो सकता, right? Get the point? Yeah. So बाकी सब बकवास है, यही सच है, right? Yes. Next. Yes. So any next? So for both your practice and professional career, research is extremely important here. So be smart, right? ये जो third वाला skill है, एक 20-25% of your time इसको अलग करके रखिए, right? Research करने के लिए, master करने के लिए, right? You need to spend time on resources, right? Next. Okay. कोई anybody would like to add on anything before we move on to the technicalities of it? So anybody would like to share any experience, any story, something which is relevant to our discussion for the past 10-15 minutes?
You say like authentic sites, so there are many unauthentic sites. So why not the government ban unauthorized sites? So like we can only like focus on the authentic site, and there should be some like license or paid something, so that it should be authentic, so that this conception should not come. So I think you can.
Very good question, yeah. Okay, any answer for that question? Any answer? Yeah, कितने गवर्नमेंट को अगर इतने वेबसाइट्स पढ़ के वो ऑथेंटिक और अनऑथेंटिक डिसाइड करके बैन करने के लिए कितना मैन पावर लगेगा, कितना एफर्ट लगेगा, कहाँ पैसे? हाँ? यार आप तो बनेंगे एंटरप्रेन्योर, राइट? कुछ टेढ़ा मेढ़ा टाइप का एंटरप्रेन्योर बनेगा। वेरी गुड यार। नहीं, बट इतने लोगों का जो इतना बकवास कंटेंट बना रहा है उसका एम्प्लॉयमेंट कहाँ जाएगा? वो भी तो रोड पे आएंगे ना। तो टिकटॉक में तो कमा रहा है लोग बकवास बना के, राइट? तो इतने लोग कंटेंट बना के तो कमा रहा है, राइट? या तो उनका भी तो रोजी रोटी निकल जाए। हाँ, then इसलिए that's why usually the kind of so I like जमाना because it has to reach the pinnacle, right? Now ChatGPT कितने लोग use किया है? हाँ, use किया है ना? All the smart people please use. हाँ, so मैं आपको सारे faculty members को आंख बंद करने बोलूँगा कि now you raise the hands. How many of you have used ChatGPT? It is amazing, yeah. It is amazing, right? And it is scary. It is amazing and scary, right? At the same time. Wow, right? Great. So जो यूज नहीं किया ChatGPT ट्राई कर लीजिए, right? But
students have shown us what they are capable of.
yeah.
And once ChatGPT was introduced, now the quality has improved.
Oh, very good. So if you are writing in a very sophisticated way, then madam can tell us they are a ChatGPT content, right? This is a kind of certainly a good way of looking at it. Yeah, great. So fine. So any further point you would like to add to this? So are we on the same platform now? Research is important for both clinical practice for your any career path. Without understanding research, without understanding data, you cannot excel in that particular career path, right? So please be aware of that, right? So now let us see how to go about it, right? So what is the first step in research? So कैसे start करेंगे? हाँ मैम, that is- Yes. Yes. How do we start research? Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Right. First, you have to find your own interest, right? So, interest is very important. Start from the basics. What is it? Then,
బయటికి వెళ్తుంది దానికి అవుట్పుట్ లేదు దానికి అవుట్పుట్ కాంగ్రెస్ ఒకటి ఉండింది బట్ ట్రై చేస్తాం
yeah. Okay, what else? Interest, start with the basics. Okay, designing. So once you are kind of sort of clear with your research question, right? So then you start the design, right? So how to approach it, right? Right? Then follow up right? These are push design part of it, right? What else? So how do we start?
Yes or no?
Okay.
So I think it's better using the slides.
Use that one. Great. Okay. So yes, this is certainly better now. Okay. Yes. Nitish. So first we start with the research question, right? So there is research question कहाँ से आता है? कौन सा आसमान से टपकता है? Yeah, one thing is from your own interest. Okay, probably out of your interest, you go and probably dwell more deeper and deeper into this, right? And then you get a kind of research question, right? What else? और कहाँ से मिलता है research question? कोई कहीं पे database होता है ChatGPT जैसे जाके मेरे को research question दो, तो वो मिल भी सकता है, right? Yes. Yeah. So ये loopholes कैसे मिलता है? How do we get the loop? So when you are reading something, right? When you are reading something and when you are wearing a critical lens, right? While reading, right? ऐसे ऐसे नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं हम खाली एग्जाम के लिए, और थोड़ा सा critically उसको analyze कर रहे हो, critically apprise कर रहे हो, right? Question पूछ रहे हो कि यार ये ठीक है कि नहीं है, right? तो ऐसा तो नहीं कि किसी ने बता दिया तो सब ठीक होगा, right? नहीं होगा ना. So when you have that critical thinking, then you might find a loophole, right? You might find a problem with that particular theory, right? Or a particular argument, right? And then you say, okay, why can't I do a study and kind of find out, prove that whether it is wrong or right, right? Okay, तो then वहाँ से research question आता है. और कहाँ से आता है research question?
By discussing a particular issue
By discussing a particular issue with whom?
with friends or colleagues. Doctor.
Yeah. So brainstorming, right? Discussion, engaging in constant dialogue about a particular topic, right? With the people, right? So people who are parallel to you or people who are above you, right? So then they might add a dimension, right? So for example, of your faculty members, their experience, they would have seen, right? All the dimensionalities. So out of your pure innocence, you might be thinking, okay, ये ऐसा भी हो सकता है, right? And when you go and talk to your faculty, they may add a dimension, अच्छा ये ऐसा भी है, right? So फिर वहाँ पे आपका thought process refine होगा, right? And then finally, when you talk to an expert, right, who are done good amount of work in that field, then वो लोग और refine करेंगे, right? So engaging in dialogue, right? ऐसे खाली आपकी research idea यार कोई चुरा लेंगे करके नहीं, right? So yeah, you need to protect your intellectual property, but at the same time, it is also useful to engage in discussion with people about the thought process going on. Hold back नहीं करना है उनको, right? बात करना है, right? तो तब पता चल जाएगा, अच्छा ठीक है, ये भी viable हो सकता है, right? What else? और कहाँ से आता है? Yes. Yeah. So loopholes, mistakes. Yes. What else? The biggest. Anybody else would like to add something? Yeah. Yeah. So suddenly something is happening, right, and you're not really sure, right? So that what not really sure को क्या बोलते हैं हम? Uncertainty, clinical uncertainty, right? So if you have a clinical uncertainty, it can be for a old disease or it can be for a sudden onset of outbreaks or something, right? Suddenly you don't know, right? There are no information or information here, but that is not addressing that particular question, right? For example, एक pediatric बच्चा को vitamin D देना है कि नहीं देना है, right? या खाली उनको न्यूट्रिशन एडवाइस देंगे या न्यूट्रिशन सप्लीमेंट देंगे या विटामिन डी टैबलेट्स देंगे, व्हिच इज द राइट वे, और उसको धूप में घुमाएंगे डेली 4-5 घंटे, राइट? या तो आपको, right? So because every time you are seeing there is a vitamin D deficiency which is showing, right? Then what to do, how to do with it, right? So there is uncertainty, right? So which is this is the right way or this is the right way or this is the right way, right? So आप बोल के देखिए पेरेंट को, इसको धूप में घुमाओ कितने घंटे घुमाएंगे और कब पड़ेगा ये, right? So when you have that kind of clinical uncertainty, right, this path or this path, then that is a research question. That is always the best research question, right? इधर उधर से उठाने से बेटर है अपनी प्रैक्टिस में कि यार मेरे को यहाँ पे डिसीजन लेने के लिए इंफॉर्मेशन ही अवेलेबल नहीं है, गैप है. That is the best research question. So the best source of research question is your clinical uncertainty, right? Your practice uncertainty, right? Talking to experts, attending conferences, right? So when you go to the conferences, वहाँ पे ताजा information आता है वहाँ पे ना कि जो ongoing research, right, which is still yet to be completed kind of research will come in the conferences, right? So वहाँ पे very up to date kind of research ideas आपको मिल सकते हैं, right? पढ़ रहे हो आप कोई रिसर्च आर्टिकल पढ़ रहे हो किसी ने अमेरिका से या ऑस्ट्रेलिया से कोई पेपर पब्लिश किया, आपको लगेगा कि यार ये तो मैं भी कर सकता हूँ यहाँ पे, right? I have the resources, I have the patients, बल्कि I have 10 times more patients than them, right? So then you may say that कि यार वो पोडियम में बैठ के लेक्चर दे रहा है, हम नीचे बैठ के सुन रहे हैं, है ना? वही होता है ना, right? तो आपको लगेगा कि ये तो मैं भी कर सकता था, right? तो नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं पोडियम में चढ़ूंगी या हम नीचे नहीं बैठेंगे. You can come and do that research. That is a research question for you, right? Which is not done in India. हुआ ऐसा वाला situation. Conferences में जाते हैं ना, लगता है कई बार यार ये तो बड़ा simple research है, oral presentation कर रहा है, इससे तो 10 times better मैं कर सकता हूँ, right? What else? What else is the source of research question? Reading, talking to experts, attending conferences, right, and being part of those deliberations. Not leaving your clinical practice uncertainties just like that. वो पास नहीं करना है, उसको लिखना है कि यार ये यहाँ पे मेरा डाउट था, यहाँ पे मेरे पास information नहीं था का, right? Then that all becomes a research question. And finally, sometimes आसमान से भी टपकते हैं ideas, right? टपकते हैं वो कोई सोर्स नहीं होता है, राइट? सो वो क्यूमुलेटिव छोटा स्टिमुलस होते एक बार ऐसे तुरंत एक थ्रेशोल्ड क्रॉस कर जाता है कि एक अच्छा आइडिया निकल जाता है दिमाग से. आप अगर पूछेंगे कि यार ये कैसा है आपके दिमाग में, तो सही आइडिया था, मेरे को नहीं पता है, आ गया ऐसे ही, राइट? सो सेरेंडिपिटस बोलते हैं इसको, राइट? सो लक, राइट? then that can sometimes can become a tremendous idea if you have the perseverance, right, to pursue it, not leaving it, right? Clear? So एक बार research question आ गया, what should we do next? Let us say हमने लिख दिया, एक white paper ले लिया, अपना research question लिख दिया, then क्या करेंगे? Fantastic. So next you try to read if something is already there, what is there. You do a very comprehensive review of literature, go to as many possible authentic sources as possible and try to see if somebody had already done the study, right? तो आपने में तो इमेजिनेशन में आपने लगा कि यार बड़ा सुपर आइडिया है, राइट? बट जाके पढ़ लिया तो 1000 लोगों ने ऑलरेडी कर लिया स्टडी, तो वो आइडिया 3 डेकेड्स पहले किसी को आया था, उसके बाद वो भी गया, राइट? सो you need to do a thorough review of literature, but while doing review of literature you need to wear a critical lens, right? हमेशा वो non critical lens होता है, ऐसे ऐसे पढ़ते जाना, critical lens होता है उसको question करना, उसको in depth way में multi dimensionally उसको critically appraise करना, right? So you need to know first what is known, how did they study, what are the methodologies followed, right? How many patients they studied, how many groups they took, how much duration they have followed, what methodology they have used to assess the nutrition aspect, right? What laboratory tests they did, right? What challenges they have encountered, right? So that is also very important, right? So apart from the findings and gaps, how did they study is a very very big aspect, right? Often हम क्या करते हैं, जब आर्टिकल पढ़ते हैं तो फाइंडिंग्स ले लेते हैं खाली, वो फाइंडिंग्स कैसे निकला उसके ऊपर ज्यादा जोर नहीं देते. So that also is very important. And then once you do all these things, then you need to go back. Why I have put the double arrows, right? ये it is not a single time activity. मेरा research question लिख दिया, मैं आज जाके आधा घंटा बैठ के literature पढ़ लिया और day after tomorrow I am starting my research question. This is a very critical phase where you need to read and multiple times, right? So एक बार पढ़ लिया आपका research question refine हो जाएगा, फिर जाके फिर पढ़ेंगे, right? So multiple times your research question will get refined, and it will reach a stage where now you say that, see, regarding this particular topic, these are all the existing evidences available. These are the clear gaps, and these are the methodologies followed, and this is going to be my final refined research question, clearly addressing a gap in the existing literature. Clear, right? So ये iterative process बोलते हैं, right? Iterative process with the literature, with your expert guides, right? Your faculty members. क्या बोलते हैं आपके faculty members जब जाएंगे तो बोलते हैं ना, जाके 4-5 आर्टिकल लेके आ जाओ, right? क्यों बोलते हैं? 10-15 आर्टिकल्स, okay? हाँ ठीक है, 4-5 ऐसे ही यूज किया मैंने. हाँ तो क्यों बोलते हैं, उसका इम्पोर्टेंस है ना. तो they don't want you to do that kind of me too kind of study, right? 1000 लोगों ने कर लिया me too, right? And then they also want you to learn in the process किस कैसे किया उन्होंने स्टडी, right? क्या प्रॉब्लम्स थे. So ये सब कुछ समझने के लिए आपको पढ़ने के लिए बोलते हैं. आर्टिकल खाली प्रिंट करके नहीं लेके आना है, पढ़ना है उसको. Right? Next. So once you refine your research question, the next step is converting that into a very specific objectives. Research question is a very broad kind of thing. Now you convert that into specific actionable statements, right? To do this, to measure something, to compare something, right? To estimate something. These are all actionable verbs, right? So you use actionable phrases and convert that into a specific objective, right? So that specific objective is like a lighthouse, right? Guiding you to navigate. राइट तो अगर आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव पढ़ते ही मैं बता सकता हूं कि यार आपका नीचे क्या किया होगा आपने, राइट? ऑब्जेक्टिव इज क्लियर, दैट मींस योर एंटायर रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट इज लाइकली टू बी क्लियर. अगर ऑब्जेक्टिव गंदा है तो नीचे ठीक होने का चांसेस बहुत कम होते हैं, राइट? सो दैट मींस यू आर नॉट क्लियर कि क्या आपका क्वेश्चन ही क्लियर नहीं था, ऑब्जेक्टिव क्लियर नहीं था, राइट? तो मेरे को जाना कहां है वो नहीं पता है तो मैं कैसे जाऊंगा यार, वो बंदा जाएगा नहीं, वो घूमता रहेगा इधर, राइट? यस. नेक्स्ट you will write a structured protocol after that, right? Don't write it, all these are there in the web, we will share the slides also, right? So don't worry. But yeah, अगर आपको लगता है कोई अच्छा पॉइंट है तो वो लिख लेना, right? But ये नहीं लिखना, right? So उसके बाद then you will write your protocol. So what is a protocol? Or synopsis, few people call it. Yeah. So what is protocol? Yeah, study design ये सब कुछ उसके अंदर होता है. So what is the protocol? How do we look at the protocol? Yeah. Document of what? What kind of document? Is basically a plan, execution plan, right? ये सब building execution plan होता है ना, right? तो मैं कितने dimension बनाऊंगा, कितने floor बनाऊंगा, right? Right? The कॉन्ट्रैक्टर से जब साइन करते कितना सीमेंट लगेगा सब कुछ होगा उसके अंदर, राइट? इट इज अ बेसिकली प्लान डॉक्यूमेंट, राइट? सो बिना बिल्डिंग प्लान आप जाके कूदे नहीं अगर सीधा बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्ट करने के लिए, तो पता नहीं चलेगा कि कौन सा दीवार किस तरफ जा रहा है, राइट? So it is a plan, basically it is a plan document. Protocol is nothing but a plan document, right? Clearly outlining why you are doing the study, right? That is written in the background section, right? Why you are doing the study. Second, you are giving a good title first, right? So कोई भी apartment construct करते हैं title देते हैं ना पहले, right? So a title, then why you are doing it, then exactly what is your objective of the study, then a good amount of protocol contains how you are going to do it, right? The how part of it. It is the most critical part, right? What you are doing and how you are doing. How में आता है ये सारे चीज ना, study design, sample size, follow-up duration, operational definitions, your laboratory process, everything will come. Ethical aspects, statistical methods, everything will come in the protocol, right? And once you make a building plan, you directly don't go and construct, right? क्या करते हैं? अप्रूवल लेते हैं ना पहले, राइट? तो नहीं है तो बीबीएम पे आके गिरा देगा, जो म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन आके गिरा देगा, राइट? तो यू नीड टू टेक अप्रूवल फॉर दिस, क्योंकि दे वांट टू मेक श्योर दैट यू आर नॉट एनक्रोचिंग, right? You are not causing any damage. It is as per the rules. In the same way, in research, we have to take ethical approval, right? So, if you are doing any study on human beings in India, you have to take ethical committee approval or scientific committee approval to make sure, right? You are not causing harm to any of your patients. It is you are conducting a study with good scientific standards, right? So then, once you get the approval, then you move on with the data collection, right? So now you go and contact whoever is your study participant, and then you start collecting the data. They might be patients, or they might be your friends. For example, if you are doing a study on adolescents, you go to the colleges or go to the other departments and collect the data, right? If you are doing a study on a geriatric population, you go to a community and maybe collect data on geriatric population, right? Then once you collect your data and you analyze the data, now the analysis will give you the answers to your questions, right? So to estimate prevalence of vitamin D deficiency among school going children, you go to a school, you take all the approvals and you get a blood sample and you do vitamin D assessment. Now we are doing the analysis of vitamin D levels that will tell the answer, okay, how many of them are deficient, how many of them are not deficient, who are deficient, who are not deficient. So now you write discussion, conclusions and recommendations, right? So discussion is nothing but you compare your study findings with already existing literature and see, right? For example, as per study by so and so, the vitamin D deficiency was 35%. In my study, it was 68%. Probably the reason might be you can give all the socio-cultural, environmental, everything context, right? Why your study is so high vitamin D deficiency, right? People are not exposed to sunlight, eating habits are different, right? The weather conditions are different, right? Then you finally do conclusions, right? And then you give recommendations. The recommendations can be two types. One is future research recommendations, then future practice recommendations. If you have found everything categorically, this is useful, then you say that this has to be coming to the practice, right? For example, you say vitamin D deficiency is found to be very high among school-going children. Now you will write all the different stakeholders like parents, government, these, that, nutritionists should focus on this, allocate some resources, find out the suitable community level interventions. Because एक आध बंदा को हो रहा है तो हॉस्पिटल टेक केयर कर सकते हैं, 60% है तो लोग डेफिशिएंट है तो गवर्नमेंट को कुछ करना पड़ेगा, right? So then you will give recommendations like that, and then finally somebody else, right, will take up the next task, right, of furthering that evidence, right? So अगला वाला बंदा आएगा वो probably देखेगा कि ठीक है क्यों हो रहा है, they might go into the causes. You are only documenting the burden as part of your study, but they might dig deep into all the social, cultural, environmental, nutritional kind of aspects, and they might find more sophisticated answers. You yourself can continue with the next level of questions. So she said, start with the basics, then go up and up with the complexity, right? So it's a journey, long journey, right? 10 साल के बाद जाके आपको पता चलेगा कि then you will be called as an expert, right? You started working on vitamin D 10 साल पहले, तो 10 साल के बाद आप बनेंगे expert. So लोग बुलाएंगे आपको विटामिन डी के बारे में बात करने के लिए, गवर्नमेंट कोई कमेटी बनाएगा तो कमेटी में आपको इंक्लूड करेंगे, मैं हमको सलाह दो कैसे करना है, right? ठीक है? So that is how the journey happens, right? Next, for that to happen, what you need to do is you need to disseminate your findings, right? Dissemination कैसे करते हैं? Dissemination कैसे करते हैं? इंडिया में वही प्रॉब्लम है, क्या होता है, मेनी ऑफ द एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस में रिसर्च तो काफी करते हैं, राइट, पर किसी के बताते नहीं है, छुपाते हैं, राइट, पूरा बुक बना के बाइंडिंग करके 15-20 हजार स्पेंड करके यूनिवर्सिटी की लाइब्रेरी में अच्छे से लॉक कर देते हैं, किसी को नहीं पता होता कि क्या किया आपने। बकवास है नहीं है, राइट, इतना मेहनत किया आपने, इतना खर्चा किया, राइट, इतना, राइट, your brain and your effort has gone, and you are not doing a publication which is available in the public domain, तो कल को जॉब इंटरव्यू में बैठेंगे क्या बोलेंगे, मैं लेके आऊंगा अभी थीसिस जाके पास मेरे यहाँ किताब लेके जाएंगे इतना बड़ा वाला मोटा वाला, पढ़ लो सर, राइट, नहीं होगा ना, पीपल रेस्पेक्ट नहीं करते यार, अगर आपको थीसिस जितने भी अच्छा हो, शायद कुछ लोग हमारे साथ हैं ऑलरेडी सीरीज में, तो हम वही बोल रहे थे कि इंटरव्यू में जाएंगे, अगर एक पब्लिकेशन आपने कर लिया तो आई विल रेस्पेक्ट यू, राइट, आई नो दैट यू हैव गॉट दैट sort of perseverance to take it to meaningful conclusion, बोलते, right, right, अगर नहीं है तो you are half baked product, right, आप आधा काम अधूरी में छोड़ देते तो कोई कंपनी आपको हायर नहीं करेंगे, मतलब they don't see if I have 4 people, आपका 90% ग्रेड है, राइट, किसी का 70% ग्रेड है, but they have 1 or 2 research publications, I will kick them, close my eyes and kick them, भाड़ में गया आपका 90%. I'm not saying it is not important, but the other thing, right, taking something to meaningful conclusion, you are telling me directly, right, that see I have got that kind of attitude to take it to the right conclusion, right, so disseminate कैसे करते हैं, publish करना है, conference presentation करना है, right, तभी लोगों को पता चलेगा, वो वेब में आ जाएगा आजकल conference proceedings, right, and not only that, right, so if it is of public health importance, if it is of importance to people, right, so you can disseminate through blogs, disseminate through your own social media pages, right, so आजकल इंटरव्यू करने के टाइम पे हम आपकी लिंक्डइन देखेंगे, राइट, फेसबुक देखेंगे, आप फेसबुक में सारा बकवासी बात कर रहे हैं, कुछ मीनिंगफुल भी बात कर रहे हैं, राइट, ठीक है, वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है सोशलाइजेशन, बट एट द सेम टाइम, राइट, इफ यू आर प्रेजेंटिंग, ओके, आई हैव पब्लिश्ड अ पेपर इन सो एंड सो जर्नल, राइट, you are pushing it in LinkedIn, you are writing a blog, and you are trying to kind of generate some interesting people out of fantastic, right, so हम उसको मानते हैं, right, great. Next is basically, so dissemination करना है यार, अधूरी नहीं छोड़ना है, आपकी थीसिस के साथ उसको बंद नहीं होगा, उसके बाद पब्लिश करना है, राइट, प्लीज डू दैट, राइट, उसके लिए अभी से प्लान करना है आपको, so the moment you submit the protocol, you know what is your topic, what is going to be your final findings, right, इधर उधर का पता चल जाएगा आपको, तो now you can choose the journal, right, लोग क्या करते हैं, पूरा खत्म करके तब चुनते हैं जर्नल, वो एक महीने जर्नल सेलेक्ट करने में लगा देते हैं, राइट, तो काफी टाइम लगता है, राइट, सो अभी से प्लान करो, प्रोटोकॉल के बाद ही प्लान करो कि दिस इज द जर्नल, राइट, whenever you go to western universities, I did 1 or 2 courses from there, I have to submit a detailed publication plan, there's a 1 page dedicated to dissemination plan. Whenever I am writing a funding proposal, you are writing a funding proposal, tomorrow you go to international NGOs, you write a lot of funding proposals, right, so you have to give a publication plan or a dissemination plan, right, so I will disseminate through scientific platforms, I will conduct workshop to disseminate the findings, I will publish in the local media, print media, electronic media, I will write blogs on it, अगर वो लोग खुशी होंगे तो तभी वो लोग पैसे देंगे आपको कि यार आप ऐसे छुपाएंगे नहीं, इसको पूरा दुनिया को बताएंगे, राइट, ठीक है, great, so then the next that it will go into subsequent research questions, वो साइकिल कंटिन्यू चलता रहेगा, राइट, इधर आप करेंगे या साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी में अदर कोई करेंगे, क्लियर, कोई डाउट्स अबाउट द साइकिल, any doubts, anything we missed as per you, your own understanding, anything, okay, great, ma'am, let me know when do we break for tea or anything, or 11, okay,
So if you want, we can take an early break also.
no, okay, now comes how do you choose a topic, how do you select a topic, right, यही तो सबसे चैलेंजिंग है ना, okay, so कैसे सेलेक्ट करते हैं टॉपिक, गाइड दे देते हैं,
No, we don't. We don't give.
they don't give,
We don't give. We tell them to come prepared with some topics.
Yeah.
They have.
So when your guide says you go and come prepared with some topic, so कैसे approach करेंगे? Okay, go and search literature. Okay, Google Scholar, PubMed, Cochrane, right? Then NIN की websites में search करेंगे, fantastic. What else? Yeah, ICMR पूरा दुनिया भर की like ICMR, WHO, UNICEF सब websites आप ढूंढेंगे, right? Then क्या करेंगे? Yeah. So जैसा बोला था ना, research question आएगा आपकी practice से, आपकी expertise से ये सब कुछ. Then if your guide says you go and find something, you can even ask your guide, madam, can I probably look for something in this particular topic because I am interested in that particular topic, right? I have already read something, right? I have some ideas in that particular topic, right? So you can diplomatically ask permission from your faculty, right? लड़ना नहीं, प्यार से पूछना है. ठीक है, मैं ये वाला कर सकता हूँ topic. Yes, ठीक है, right? So faculty will say, okay, yeah, if they say a topic, yeah.
लड़े भी तो हम लोग बोलते हैं कि चलो इतनी passionate है,
हाँ,
that is our attitude.
Great. Yes. Clear? Is it audible? Yes. Thank you for this help. Okay. So you have to look at it with the 5 dimensions. Yes. So whenever you are discussing and finalizing a research topic, you have to wear these 5 lenses. Right? Feasible. Note it down. This slide is important. So feasible. इसका कोई आर्डर नहीं है, टू एंड फ्रो प्रोसेस है, राइट? स्टार्ट किए एक बार आपने टॉपिक दे दिया तो एकदम फाइनलाइज हो जाएगा. यहाँ पे काफी टू एंड फ्रो होगा, काफी डिस्कशन होगा. So but these are the 5 dimensions you need to look into your research topic, right? It should be final research topic. Final means feasible, I is interesting, N is novel, right? It should be something novel and new. May not be heartbreaking, but at least, yeah, it should not be me too kind of study also, right? Yes. And it should be ethical, right? So there should not be any ethical issues with the study, right? It should be safe, it should be effective, it should respect the patient autonomy, right? It should respect their confidentiality of their data, all this stuff has to be there. That, right? And then finally, it should be clinically relevant. It is relevant to your practice, right? Or relevant to people, right? So you have to have a checklist, okay? Is it final research topic or not, right? The first thing is feasible. So feasibility आप कैसे assess करते हैं? These are all very practical issues, yeah. No more theory, right? Theory बाजी हो गया. अब आएंगे सारे technical, right? So how do you look at the feasibility? What are the aspects you need to look while looking at feasibility? Yeah, how much money you require? Okay, fantastic. Yeah, first thing, right? As a postgraduate student, right? Because you are operating in a time constraint setting scenario, right? Because you cannot extend your MSc to 4 years, right? 2 साल में खत्म करना है, right? So time is the biggest resource for you, right? So your most valuable resource for you. You don't have all the time in the world, right? So time, first you have to note down the time, right? So whenever you are thinking about the research project, you need to think, okay? How much time will it take to get that much sample size or to do that particular study, right? सोचना है दिमाग में, right? आपके पास कितना टाइम होगा रिसर्च करने के लिए? टाइम मतलब एक दिन में कितना टाइम, वो नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ, कितने महीने होगा आपके पास? So when do you start the process usually? Oh, is it when do they start?
Actually, sir, they have it in their first semester.
Okay.
They're not the first semester.
Okay.
But because at the same time, considering we are planning for this academic year to begin the next semester, that is second semester, they will start their work, and they will.
By third semester, they will be ready with the.
They will be ready with the.
Ready. Fantastic. That is very good actually, right? So because आपको लगेगा कि कई बार यार अगर सीनियर्स अगर कोई है जो सीनियर बैचेस पूछेंगे कि यार एक सेमेस्टर में you are very passionate about the topic, but आपको लगता है कि अरे 3 महीने में खत्म नहीं होगा, 4 महीने बड़ा दिल दुखता है, right? You want to do it, you are so desperate, you are passionate to do it, right? But because of the time constraint, you are not able to execute it, right? So then आपको so early preparation, gain as much time as possible. This is a very right strategy they are following now. So they want you to start at the second semester itself, right? So third semester probably you'll have all the time to go for the data collection, right? So if I understand it correctly, it might be around 5 to 6 months for the data collection, right? Or 3 months for data collection, 2 months for analysis and writing.
Yes, sir. Because they begin the
Second semester.
Second semester will begin at the end of this month itself.
Hmm.
Once they finish their exams.
Yeah.
So immediately after exams, if they start, by the time the research design and all is ready, I think 3 months should be good for them.
Yeah. And how much time they get for data collection?
2 to 3 months, so 90
Yeah.
days.
Okay, so 90 days lगा लेते हैं, right?
Minimum 90 days.
Yeah. So if you are going by minimum standards 90 days, but if you are fast, if you are very efficient, if you are getting all the approvals probably you may gain another month or two, right? So first you have to note down that point, okay? How many months are available for data collection for me? Because that is the only thing which is a critical step, not in your control, right? क्योंकि आपको ज्यादा पेशेंट्स चाहिए वो नहीं आएंगे, आपके पास 3 महीने करके 20 पेशेंट आ रहे थे तो तुरंत 40 पेशेंट नहीं बनेंगे, वो 20 ही रहेंगे, right? So इसलिए you have to first note down a practical point, okay, how many months I have for data collection, right? So मान लीजिए आपने लिख दिया 3 months, right? So next important thing is what kind of patient population or population you are studying, right? So for example, if you are studying a static population, right? For example, college students, school students, right? Or people living in a community setting where there is not much of a dependency. You go take approval from principal, right? And go and collect the data at a time. You may not need even 3 months also, right? But if you are doing a study which is dependent on patient flow, right? For example, you are doing a hospital-based study on CKD patients or PCOD, right? On extreme obesity, right? Then you need to know what is the patient load per month, right? उस पर्टिकुलर हॉस्पिटल में सेटिंग में कितने पेशेंट आ रहे हैं एक महीने में, राइट? वो लिखेंगे, राइट? फॉर एग्जांपल मान लीजिए वहां पे एक महीने में 30 पेशेंट आ रहा है, राइट? आपके पास 3 महीने टाइम है, then how many patients you can recruit? Maximum 90. That is called feasible sample size. Please write down this feasible sample size. So आपकी सिनेरियो में you have 3 months time, 30 patients per month coming. Feasible sample size, right? 90 है, इससे ज्यादा तो कर ही नहीं सकते आप, right? करना है तो कुछ दूसरा सर्कस करना पड़ेगा, दूसरा हॉस्पिटल पकड़ के मल्टी सेंट्रिक करना पड़ेगा, बट आपके लिए इतना कॉम्प्लेक्स थिंग्स नहीं करना है, तो maximum sample size possible is 90, right? Now you are going to a software to calculate sample size, or you are going to an expert, a statistician, right? And you are getting the sample size calculation done. अगर statistician आपको sample size requirement 70 देता है, right? Then your study is feasible, right? अगर statistician 100 देता है, तब भी possible हो सकता है, right? क्योंकि 5-10% variation है, तो then you can negotiate with the statistician. थोड़ा सा bargaining हो सकता है, तो थोड़ा कम करें, right? So statistician के पास थोड़ा सा knobs होते हैं, उसको थोड़ा सा घुमाएंगे तो 5-10% आप कम करके दे सकते हैं, right? But अगर if I am giving 150 sample size, then certainly it is not feasible, right? So it is too high. Required sample size is too high. Your feasible sample size is only 90, so नहीं हो पाएगा वो study. You have to probably look for some other company, right? Clear? How to assess the feasibility? Time available in months, number of people available for recruitment, time multiplied by number of people available per month. आपका feasible number आएगा, then you have to go to statistician, get the required number. दोनों अगर बराबर है, it is fine. Simple common sense है, इसमें कोई science नहीं है, कोई कुछ नहीं है, right? But ये करते नहीं हैं लोग, right? Problem ये है कि वो कूद जाते हैं research में, वहाँ पे जाके पता चल जाएगा मैंने 100 sample size लेके निकला hospital में, पूरा मेरा approval हो गया, ethical approval हो गया, सब हो गया, right? फिर hospital में जाके बैठा, वो hospital वाले बोलते हैं यार ये तो 10 पेशेंट आते हैं एक महीने में, फिर आपको 3 महीने में 30 पेशेंट ही है, आपका तो 100 का अप्रूव हो गया स्टडी, राइट? तब पता चलता है लोगों को बीच में जाके कि यार मैंने गलती की, then you will do all the circus running, right? वो सर्कस में डाटा कुकिंग अप होता है, पर्चिंग होता है, right? You understanding my point? So this one particular thing you need to do in on paper, right? Clearly number आपको क्या चाहिए, कितना चाहिए, कितना possible है, दोनों नंबर रहना चाहिए फिर, right? Clear? Then once time and number of people available, these two things are ticked. Next important thing somebody said is like what is the amount of money cost required, right? So that is the next financial feasibility of the project, right? First we have seen logistic feasibility of the project. Second we are looking at the financial feasibility, right? कोई आपको additional test करना है या कोई additional intervention करना है, अगर आपको न्यूट्रिशन सप्लीमेंट आप बनाना है तो कैसे आएगा, कहां से आएगा पैसे, राइट? तो सप्लीमेंट तो बनाना है ना आपको, you need to buy material, you need to make a supplement, right? You need to pack it and give it to people, right? So पैसे लगेंगे, वो पैसे कहां से आएंगे, right? कितने पैसे लगेंगे on paper, right? And the next thing is from where will you get that money? तो पैसे कहां से आएंगे पैसे? पेरेंट्स आएंगे। Yeah. So इसमें one important learning point is you can never make your patients or study participants pay for your research. Ethical committee will not approve that study. आप ethical committee के पास पूरा प्रोटोकॉल बना के ले जाएंगे, right? Costly है, ठीक है, 10,000 15,000 आपके पेरेंट्स शायद देंगे, right? अगर आप बोलेंगे 1 लाख रुपए दो आप रिसर्च करना बोलेंगे, भागो, right? है ना? होता है ना, तो then that means you have not estimated and suddenly you are landing up with ethical committee saying no, you cannot make the patient pay, and then आपके पास भी नहीं है पैसे, तो क्या होगा, इतना मेहनत आपने किया प्रोटोकॉल के ऊपर वो बर्बाद हो जाएगा। पर मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली क्या बर्बाद होगा, आपका टाइम, है ना? आप इतना टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट है, ऑलरेडी प्लानिंग में 2-3 महीने चला रहे हो आप, 2-3 महीने के बाद पता चलता है कि एथिकल कमिटी अप्रूव ही नहीं कर रही है आपकी स्टडी को, तो फिर जो ऑलरेडी लास्ट 3 मंथ्स जो दूसरा स्टडी भी उठ जाएगा हवा में, राइट? समझ रहे हो ना? तो इसलिए ये प्लान करना है पहले कि यार कितने पैसे चाहिए, कौन देगा, राइट? तो कितने पैसे चाहिए पहले ऑन पेपर लिखना है, एडिशनल मनी, देन कहां से आएगा, 2-3 सोर्सेस हो सकता है, राइट? तो वन सोर्स इज लाइक कोई फंडिंग अगर अवेलेबल है तो यू कैन अप्लाई फॉर फंडिंग, राइट? देयर आर न्यूट्रिशन में ICMR वगैरह यूजुअली दे आर फंडिंग मेडिकल रिसर्च, राइट? आर यू अवेयर एनी फंडिंग एजेंसीज? हम information आपको पहुंचा देंगे, right? I'll ask my team to look into it and give the list of funding agencies who are funding research in nutrition, especially student projects. हम भी कुछ प्लान है, हमारा भी कुछ फंडिंग स्टार्ट करने के लिए मार्च में प्लान था, शायद अप्रैल तक हम अनाउंस करेंगे। शॉर्ट फंडिंग होगा 10,000 की, 15,000 की, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं होगा, बट इट विल बी यूजफुल फॉर स्टूडेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स, राइट? तो वो भी होगा, शायद 5-10 हम फंड करेंगे, राइट? तो दूसरा एजेंसीज भी है, वो भी हम लिस्ट दे देंगे आपको, ठीक है? ये हो गया। अगर वो फंडिंग नहीं है, कोई ऑप्शन आपके पास, देन you can write to your organization, right? You are doing a very good quality research, and if you can convince, right? Usually क्या करते हैं यार, मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी कुछ नहीं सपोर्ट करती है, पैसे नहीं देती, यही चक्कर होता है लोगों का, राइट? यूनिवर्सिटी ऐसे खाली नहीं बैठा यार, आपको जो भी पेपर आपने दे दिया उसको पैसे देने के लिए नहीं है ना। तो अगर आपके पास वो पैशन है, राइट, यू हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ परसिवरेंस, यार आई एम डूइंग फैंटास्टिक क्वालिटी रिसर्च, इसका इम्पैक्ट ये होगा, राइट? टुमारो आई एम गोइंग टू पब्लिश दिस इन ए इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर, हाई इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर जर्नल, इससे में से 3 पब्लिकेशन निकलेगा, मेरे को पैसे दो, मेरे को पैसे दो, तब देंगे, राइट? लगना पड़ेगा थोड़ा सा जा जाके, राइट? बट बी प्रिपेयर्ड टू से नो, टेक नो, राइट? नो होता है, राइट? I used to work in a hospital. 4 years I kept on asking for only one thing. ना पैसे पूछा, उनसे कुछ नहीं पूछा, मैंने पूछा मेरे को रूरल हॉस्पिटल में पोस्टिंग कर दो, मेरे को काफी दिमाग में आइडियाज है, उसको इंप्लीमेंट करना है, नहीं किया हम लोगों ने, राइट? kept on sending, कम से कम 30 लेटर लिखा होगा डीन को, मेरे को रूरल हॉस्पिटल भेज दो, रूरल हॉस्पिटल भेज दो, राइट? 4 साल के बाद भेजा उन्होंने, राइट? बट अगर दूसरी लेटर के पास अगर मैं थक गया था तो थक गया बस, राइट? वो भी नहीं केयर करना, राइट? तो देन we did tremendous work there जाने के बाद, राइट? So that perseverance उनको लगा कि यार ये छोड़ेगा नहीं, राइट? So you research में वो जरूरी है काफी, राइट? You go and keep on asking, right? Negotiate कर लो, मैडम ठीक है 10,000 नहीं तो 5,000 ही दो, 5,000 हमारे कर लेंगे, राइट? Then they will also understand, ठीक है, they are very passionate, they are guaranteeing deliverables, अच्छे रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट 2-3 पब्लिकेशन बता रहे तो चलो इन्वेस्ट कर लेंगे, राइट? तो नेक्स्ट हो गया ना, फाइनेंशियल लॉजिस्टिक फीजिबिलिटी हो गया, देन फाइनेंशियल फीजिबिलिटी हो गया, राइट? एंड देन कम्स योर technical feasibility, right? So technical feasibility in terms of what laboratory tests are required, right? What processes are required, whether those facilities are available with you or not, right? कहाँ से मिलेंगे, right? तो टेक्निकल फीजिबिलिटी भी देखना पड़ेगा आपको। खाली हम इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि बड़े-बड़े रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट हॉलीवुड मूवी जैसा, तो अपने पास कोई आइटम ही नहीं है, इक्विपमेंट ही नहीं है, तो नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो इक्विपमेंट, प्रोसेस, लैब, ऑल दिस थिंग्स अवेलेबल और नॉट, राइट? वो देखना पड़ेगा टेक्निकल फीजिबिलिटी, राइट? So next आपको देखना है complexity wise feasibility, right? Are you putting too much burden on your patients, right? Are you putting too much kind of complexity into the study, right? For example, आपने बोला कोई अगर पेशेंट को, भाई मैं रिसर्च कर रहा हूँ, हर एक चीज जो खा रहे हो आप पूरा लिखते जाना है, राइट? कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ना है, राइट? वो बंदा इधर दौड़ रहा है, उधर दौड़ रहा है, उसको खाने के लिए टाइम मिल रहा है, नहीं मिल रहा है, उसको वो खा लिखेगा यार, नहीं लिखेगा ना, राइट? क्या होगा, आपके पास डाइट डायरी तो आ जाएगा, राइट? उसमें कुछ नहीं होगा, जो असेसमेंट है वो आपका इनकम्प्लीट होगा या, राइट? इट्स नॉट सो साइंटिफिक, राइट? दैट मींस यू आर पुटिंग टू मच बर्डन ऑन द पेशेंट, राइट? राइट? तो आपको यही बोल रहा है कि मेरे को टाइम भी चाहिए और क्या खा रहे हो, कितना खा रहे हो, ये भी चाहिए, नहीं आएगा, राइट? So you need to think kitna complexity is involved in my research, right? So is it fair, right? Is it possible, right? So वो देखना पड़ेगा। So क्या क्या देख रहे हैं feasibility में? First thing, and number of people available for recruitment. उसकी basis पे हमको क्या मिल रहा है? Feasible sample size. Then we are going to statistician and comparing required sample size with the feasible sample size, and then adjusting accordingly. Then we are taking decision whether to continue with the project or not to continue. Second क्या देख रहे हैं हम? Yeah, financial feasibility देख रहा है, पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे, कितना चाहिए, right? So third, what we are looking at is technical feasibility of project. जो required facilities है, processes है, lab है, वो available है कि नहीं है, नहीं है तो कहाँ से आएंगे, right? We need to have a plan, right? ठीक है, MIN से जाके कोई request करेंगे आपको laboratory use करने के लिए permission दो, right? Yeah, you are going to the hospital and asking them, can you allow us to, right? Their publication करेंगे, आपका नाम भी डाल देंगे, right? जुगाड़ कर रहे हो, कोई वहां से फ्रेंड है तो उसको आप कोई इन्वेस्टिगेटर बना रहे हो, राइट? कुछ ना कुछ तरीका आपको यहाँ फाइंड आउट। नेक्स्ट इज योर इंटरेस्ट, राइट? एक बार फीजिबिलिटी ठीक हो गया अभी आपको आगे जाना है। फीजिबिलिटी नहीं है तो नहीं है, राइट? कोई ईगो नहीं है वहां पे, राइट? कोई भाव नहीं खाना है ज्यादा, फीजिबल नहीं है तो नहीं करना है, स्टेप नहीं कर सकते वहां पे ईगो पे नहीं रहना, मैं देख लूंगा कैसे नहीं होगा, फिर फर्स्ट रैंक के बीच में जाएगा, राइट? ओके, ग्रेट। Now comes your interest part, right? Whose interest? Guide's interest नहीं है, huh? Your interest. Yeah.
Guys work on their interest.
So you are living in a very democratic institution, yeah?
Yes.
So there are autocratic institutions also, right? Guide बोल रहे थे कल गए थे कुछ मेडिकल कॉलेज में, मतलब few people, right? Even before that also whenever we go to some people, sir मेरा गाइड मान ही नहीं रहा, right? उसने एक टॉपिक दे दिया, वो तो मेरे पसंद ही नहीं है, right? And he is not even allowing me to even discuss and put forward my point, right? तो हम फिर पूरा उसको कंसोल करना पड़ता है, कोई नियम होता है। So that means yes, if your guide is allowing you to go with your interest, fantastic, yeah, okay, great, right? This is an opportunity for you, right? If you have an interest, one way is like you already have an interest in particular area, right? And you pursue that and you take a topic, right? Second, आपके पास नहीं है कोई भी interest, open-minded हो आप, right? तो आप बोल दिया कि मैं अभी तो MSc में आई हूँ, right? I'm open to anything, right? मैं कोई भी टॉपिक लेने के लिए तैयार हूँ। उस टाइम पे आपको गाइड का इंटरेस्ट क्या है वो देखने से आपको फायदा होगा। क्या फायदा होगा? What will be the advantage in going with the guide's interest?
Correct suggestion.
Yeah. So they are experts in that particular. See, nutrition is a ocean, right? इस ocean में आपकी guide ने भी कुछ एक लाइन पढ़ा होगा, right? तो मैं इसमें काम करेंगे हम, ठीक है? PCOD, adolescent, or geriatric nutrition, right? Or nutrition chronic diseases. कुछ एक लाइन पढ़े होंगे, right? And they will be very passionate about that. They are already working in that, so काफी deep पहुंच गए होंगे already, right? So then they will be giving you better topics, more relevant topics, right? More advanced topics. ये एक चीज हो गया. दूसरा वो भी एक पैशन से आपको गाइड करेंगे उस टॉपिक में. तीसरा चीज ये है दे आर रिसोर्सफुल इन दैट टॉपिक, राइट? तो उनका कॉन्टैक्ट्स होगा. उन्होंने एक जगह पे पब्लिश किया है एक पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक पे, मतलब उस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक में जो भी पब्लिश कर रहा है, काम कर रहा है दुनिया भर का, इंडिया में इधर-उधर, वो सब पे इनका कॉन्टैक्ट होगा, राइट? क्योंकि इन्होंने जाके कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रेजेंट किया होगा, राइट? तब लोग पूछेंगे ना कि यार ये तो एक्सपर्ट माना जाता है इसमें, राइट? तो 2-3 बार कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रेजेंटेशन में दे आर रिसोर्सफुल. कल को आप जॉब में जाएंगे, उस पर्टिकुलर जगह पे जाएंगे तो दे कैन पुट अ वर्ड, तो दे विल हैव दैट वेटेज, राइट? मेरा डिपार्टमेंट में होता था, उसमें पूरा एचआईवी में एक्सपर्टाइज था, राइट? मैंने जाके रोड ट्रैफिक पुलिस का टॉपिक किया उसको, तो देख के ही समझ यार मैं कौन सा दुनिया में जा रहा हूँ, तुम कौन सा दुनिया में ले जा रहे हो मेरे को. राइट? और बोला सर हमको तो इसी में करना है, कोई दूसरे गाइड अवार्ड करना है तो, राइट? तो इसने वो सर गाइड करे ये वाला टॉपिक उसके पास, राइट? He had all the contacts in the world about road traffic injuries, right? उसने बोला टक 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 4 मेल निकाल के दे दिया. उसने बोला जैसा आपका एक पेपर पढ़ेगा फर्स्ट पेज, you write an email to all these 4 people saying that you are working on injuries and I need your suggestion and guidance. एक बंदा आईआईटी दिल्ली में था, एक बंदा निम्हांस में था, राइट? वो जानते थे मेरे को यार एक बंदा बंगली करके वहां पे रिसर्च करता है, राइट? सो ऐसा नेटवर्क आप क्रिएट कर सकते हो, राइट? दैट इज व्हाई if you have an open idea, right, so you don't have any particular topic of your interest, then rather than going and randomly picking something, see what your guide is doing, right? What your guide is working on, then choose a topic in that area. वो smart decision होगा आपके लिए, right? Clear? Next, novelty. What do you mean by novelty? Yeah, this is the toughest thing in research. So there is हो गया already, आप नया लेके आओ. आप पीजी हो, 3 महीने टाइम है, आपके पास कोई पैसे नहीं है, बट ऐसे इनोवेटिव टॉपिक करना, इज इट पॉसिबल? But at the same time, it should not be. There should be a via media, right? You cannot do a path-breaking study which requires lakhs or crores of rupees, or you cannot do गंदा जो ये होता है ना B2 kind of study, 1000 लोगों ने पढ़ लिया फिर वही पढ़ रहे हो, वो नहीं हो सकता है. You need to come up with some element of novelty there, right? So how does that novelty comes? कैसे आएगा नॉवेल्टी स्टडी? एक हो गया एक काइंड ऑफ स्टडी व्हिच वाज डन इन यूएस, यूके, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, बट इंडिया में अभी तक ऐसा वाला स्टडी नहीं हुआ. दैट इज अ नॉवेल्टी, राइट? बिकॉज़ यू आर स्टडीइंग अ रिसर्च क्वेश्चन इन अ डिफरेंट पॉपुलेशन with a different socio-cultural and right, whatever environmental and nutritional context basically, right? वो नॉवेल्टी है. किसी ने methodology यूज किया बट उसका methodology इतना अच्छा नहीं था. They have taken small sample size, they have not taken comparative group, they have not followed up for the right time, they have followed only for one, right? But you want to do a study with a better methodology, better design, higher sample size, a comparative study with better tools you are using, that is also a novelty. It need not be kind of totally new, but you are adding more quality evidence to the available scientific literature by doing a better quality study, right? आप वहाँ पे argue कर सकते हो what is the novelty in your study. बोलेंगे कि ये टॉपिक में जितने भी स्टडीज अवेलेबल है अभी तक ये बहुत गंदे हैं, they are not very good, quality of evidence is not good, right? That's why I am doing a study to bring better quality evidence. Yeah, sample size also, right? So especially हर 4-5 स्टडीज अवेलेबल है आपकी टॉपिक में, बट सबने लिखा है कि मेरा सैंपल साइज कम है, सैंपल साइज कम है, राइट? But you have kind of now higher sample size at your disposal. You can do that study, right? That is also a novelty. Novelty आता है tools में, काफी novelty है आजकल, right? So we are all bothered about nutrition. हम देखते हैं आपके पास hemoglobin कितना है, आपका weight कितना है, height कितना है, BMI कितना है, right? पेशेंट को नहीं पता होता है कई बार इस चीजें, राइट? उनका कई अलग होता है, राइट? जैसे यार मेरे को थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे फैट दिख रहा है, दिस इज माय कंसर्न, है ना? his BMI is perfect. दूसरा बंदा है, his BMI is very high, right? He feels he is good or she is good, right? उनका परसेप्शन पॉजिटिव है अपने बारे में, राइट? जो ये बंदा है दूसरा BMI सही है बट उनका ये इसको लेके परेशान है. He feels that is not eating right, is not doing right things, right? So these are called patient centric outcomes or people centric outcomes. Nowadays बड़ा emphasis है इसके बारे में, right? पूरा दुनिया भर का रिसर्च अभी बोल रहा है कि यार लुक एट पेशेंट सेंट्रिक आउटकम, उसको क्या चाहिए वो दे दो यार, आपको जो चाहिए वो नहीं। राइट, पूरा डॉक्टर्स को लोग यही स्ट्रेस कर रहा है आजकल। ठीक है, मैं सर्जरी के बारे में बोलते कि यार वुंड हील हो गया नहीं हुआ, पेशेंट कितने दिन में डिस्चार्ज हुआ, राइट, उसके बाद मोस्ट ऑपरेटिव कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हुआ, यही देखते हैं डॉक्टर। फिर अभी लोग बोल रहे हैं ठीक है भाई आपका हो गया है, कहानी मेरा क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में क्या फर्क पड़ा सर्जरी के बाद, राइट, वो वही रहेगा तो फिर कोई फायदा नहीं है, राइट। So what is the patient nutrition? Maybe there are a lot of patient centric outcomes, right? So if you are bringing those things into your study, that becomes a normal study, right? आप लिख सकते हैं अभी तक जितने भी स्टडी किया है एनीमिया के ऊपर था, वेट के ऊपर था, नाउ आई एम डूइंग क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ, आई एम डूइंग परसेप्शन ऑफ द पीपल, राइट, आई एम डूइंग कोपिंग कैपेसिटी ऑफ देम, राइट, आई एम डूइंग बैरियर्स इन इंप्लीमेंटिंग अ पर्टिकुलर डाइट प्लान, राइट। तो वो वही बोलते हैं ना, आपने तो बोल दिया मेरे को ये खाओ ये खाओ ये मत खाओ, यार आई एम अ मार्केटिंग पर्सन कॉन्स्टेंटली ऑन रोड में कैसे इंप्लीमेंट करूं, तो उसका क्या बैरियर है, राइट। देन हाउ टू फाइन ट्यून योर इंटरवेंशन टू सूट दोस काइंड ऑफ पीपल, राइट, ये सब नॉवेल्टी बन जाएगा, राइट। नेक्स्ट इज द सो नॉवेल्टी के बारे में क्या सोचना है आपको, दिमाग थोड़ा सा स्मार्ट तरीके से दिमाग लगाना है आपको, राइट, राइट, यू नीड टू सी हाउ कैन आई ब्रिंग नॉवेल्टी इनटू दिस without increasing the complexity of the study, without increasing the financial aspect of the study, right? Within the given resources, how can I add novelty to this? Can I add an element of novelty? How to do that? वो सोचेंगे तो आपको दिमाग में आ जाएगा। What I am giving is a broad guidelines, right? आपको specific उस टॉपिक पे जब बैठेंगे पढ़ेंगे तो आपको आइडिया आ जाएगा, right? Clear? Then the last but one is ethical, right? So what are the ethical aspects you need to look into? Quickly. Plagiarism is a kind of moral aspect बन गया है।
Patient's consent.
Yeah. The community you are handling their socio-cultural, right, whatever dimensions, right. सबसे पहला कोई भी ethical research में ethical में first आता है safety. Safety के बाद ही बाकी सब आते हैं, right? Is your intervention safe? Why Western medicine or sort of any other medicine which is subjecting to rigorous scientific evidence is considered as superior? हम किसी को quack क्यों बोलते हैं, right? हम पहले safety ensure करते हैं, right? Every intervention first safety is proven, then only we give, right? वो लोग बोल रहा है कि इतने लोगों का weight कम हो गया, but at what cost, right? बंदा weight कम हो गया, slim दिख रहा है 6 महीने में, 1 साल में, 1.5 year के बाद किडनी फेलियर से मर रहा है, तो वो ethical नहीं था, right? Safety नहीं था वो intervention, right? So that is why the scientific medicine is called, because first we take care of the safety, right? So whatever intervention advice we are giving is safe first, right? So you need to convince the ethical committee that I am not doing anything drastic. बड़ा इतना आसान नहीं होता है ये इतना जितना बोलते, right? Just a day back, right? Yesterday I think all of you, I have mentioned it to our city students, right? So there's one researcher in Tamil Nadu, he wants to do low carbohydrate diet intervention for PCOD. Yesterday they had an ethical committee meeting, right? He had said that everything went on fine, right? First, एक साल पहले उन्होंने सबमिट किया तो उन्होंने अप्रूवल नहीं दिया ethical committee. उन्होंने बोला you are restricting carbohydrate too much, right? So it might be detrimental to the woman, right? Safety is not established. So that's why we are declining this particular proposal. We can't allow you to go for like 10% or 12% carbohydrate, right? Yes. So that is how ethical committee looks into it, right? Then हमने क्या किया, ये 1 साल के अंदर पूरा एविडेंस इकट्ठा किया, एक रिव्यू आर्टिकल लिखा हमने कि पूरा दुनिया में जो भी स्टडीज हो गया इसके बारे में हमने लिखा कि व्हाट इज द रेंज ऑफ कार्बोहाइड्रेट गिवन इन डिफरेंट स्टडीज, राइट? किसी स्टडी ने 20%, किसी स्टडीज में 22%, किसी स्टडीज में 15%, राइट? तो हमने किया लोएस्ट कितना था व्हिच वाज प्रूवन सेफ, देन वो नंबर हम उनको दे दिया कि हम इससे नहीं पार करके जाएंगे, इसी लेवल तक हम करेंगे, राइट? तो देन एथिकल कमिटी से ठीक है भाई इसका सेफ्टी एस्टैब्लिश हो गया तो हम यू गो ऑन टू द स्टडी, क्लियर, right? ये कैसे ऑपरेट करती है safety, right? So safety is important, right? Then comes the efficacy, right? What is the benefit? Potential benefit, right? So benefit is obviously when you are doing some intervention उसका direct benefit होगा इसको ये ज़्यादा challenging task नहीं है benefit बताना right but safety is a tricky thing right don't assume that ethical committee बैठे हैं आप जाकर अच्छे presentation PPT का कलर बनाएंगे तो आपको approval मिल जाएगा नहीं देखेंगे क्योंकि उनका भी responsibility बनता है patient को protect करना right so next ethical aspect में आता है safety हो गया efficacy हो गया third important thing is upholding patient's autonomy, right? तो जबरदस्त नहीं कर सकते हो आप participate करना है नहीं है तो आपको ये होगा वो होगा right नहीं है right? So this is voluntary nature of participation basically. Upholding patient's autonomy is basically they are free to take a decision whether to participate, not participate, to give consent or not to give consent. बीच में कभी भी withdraw करने के लिए उनको right होता है right? आपने ये नहीं कह सकते कि आपने consent दे दिया तो 3 महीने खाना ही खाना है बोलेगा 2 महीने यार गंदा लग रहा है मैं नहीं खाऊंगा नहीं खाऊंगा yes so that is called voluntary nature of participation and voluntary nature of withdrawal from the study right both rights patient or participant will have right then while giving informed consent again you have to give all the possible information about your study and intervention in a language in the format a person can understand वो उर्दू समझता है हिंदी समझता है तेलुगु समझता है उस लैंग्वेज में आपको इंफॉर्मेशन देना पड़ेगा दैट इज कॉल्ड पेशेंट इंफॉर्मेशन शीट पार्टिसिपेंट इंफॉर्मेशन शीट और पार्टिसिपेंट इंफॉर्मेशन लीफलेट राइट that is a mandatory document for ethical committee approval right an informed consent form written consent form next comes the confidentiality right ठीक है आपने बोल दिया कि आप यू आर फ्री टू पार्टिसिपेट यू आर फ्री टू लीव बट उसका डाटा पूरा दुनिया को बता रहे हो आप राइट तो कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी ऑफ द पार्टिसिपेंट्स दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सो कैसे ब्रीच होता है कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी how do you breach the confidentiality yeah first thing is you are collecting patient identifiers lot of identifiers and then you are sharing these identifiers with the people beyond your project team right statistician को भेज रहे हो आप एक एक्सेल शीट में पूरा एक एक्सेल शीट में कॉलम नंबर 1 सीरियल नंबर 2 नेम नंबर 3 जेंडर 4 एड्रेस 5 फोन नंबर 6 ईमेल आईडी 7 आधार नंबर पैन नंबर that is utter breach of confidentiality right तो वही बोलते थे कि आजकल कुछ रिसर्चर्स ऐसे भेजते हैं एक्सेल शीट ना एम्स से था ये एक्स्ट्रा मेडिकल साइंस से रिसर्चर था मेरे को व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज किया सर एक डाटा एनालिसिस करवाना है मैंने बोला ठीक है आप मैं टाइप कर रहा था ईमेल आईडी मेरा ईमेल आईडी टाइप ही नहीं हुआ वो एक्सेल शीट पहुंच गया मेरे पास एक व्हाट्सएप में खोल के देखा तो पूरा इंफॉर्मेशन था खाली आधार नंबर पैन नंबर नहीं था एड्रेस तक पूरा था फोन नंबर था मोबाइल ईमेल आईडी था और एड्रेस था एड्रेस सच ए डिटेल एड्रेस पूरा घर जाकर बैठ सकते हैं इतना डिटेल एड्रेस कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी का तो क्या पूरा राइट तो ये नहीं करना है आपको यू हैव टू वेरी केयरफुल वेरी सेंसिटिव यार ये मैटर्स ना कि जब तक ये बाहर नहीं होता है तो बिल्कुल लगते हैं बट एक बार ये पंगा हो गया तो फिर आप फंसेंगे राइट तो लाइटली नहीं लेना है इसको राइट सो पेशेंट इंफॉर्मेशन patient नहीं होगा participant information leaflet in the local language which patient can understand participant can understand informed written consent form right and a note on confidentiality how you are going to we will say that we will not share any personal identifiers to the people outside the project team if at all we are sharing the data it will be shared in an anonymized way all the due care will be taken to ensure the safety and confidentiality of the data being collected right and it will not be used for any other purpose other than research purpose अपने फोन नंबर कलेक्ट करके किसी रेस्टोरेंट वाला को दे दिया ये सारे मेरे फ्रेंड्स है यार अभी हमने रिसर्च किया फ्रेंड्स के ऊपर अब कल आप पिज्जा ऑफर सब भेज दो राइट तो मेरे को एक पिज्जा देते रहो डेली और 5 पिज्जा पे मेरे को एक पिज्जा फ्री राइट सो यू विल नॉट यूज द डाटा फॉर दिस काइंड ऑफ एनी अदर पर्पस अदर देन द रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट ठीक है so these are ethical aspects right safety efficacy right patient's autonomy and justice yeah giving all the necessary information to the participants through participant information leaflet and getting informed written consent and confidentiality and safety of the data, right? ये चार पांच चीजें जरूर आपको दिमाग में रखना है before going into the yes. Clear? अभी आराम से ब्रेक लेंगे, टाइम लेंगे.
Thank you, sir, for giving a clear base on research and also step-by-step process on approaching research and research questions and importance of evidence-based research. Now we'll take a short break of 15 minutes and get back. Thank you.
I request all the participants to be seated in the snacks which is served here.
All the participants are requested to be seated. The snacks will be distributed to you.
Lord, you have to stop the
So now we'll start writing title, objectives, right? And then we'll try to get a study design for the study, right? You are using, you can use it either horizontally or you can use a desktop view, right? All of you know how to change to desktop view? You're all far ahead in terms of Excel. What we'll do before lunch is we'll write a protocol now, right? So now we have finalized, let us say we'll take one hypothetical research question. For that, we'll write a good title, good research question, right? A research hypothesis. We'll write objectives. So 5 critical components. You write title, objectives, right? Then you get a study design. Then you get a sample size calculation. Then you can get the statistical method, right? These are all technicalities we need to learn. We'll do it hands-on completely, right? So using Cogite application. Ready? All of you are ready? Great.
Any student who is not having system access, sit with somebody who has. Okay? Please check if anybody needs it. After.
Right. Login, please. After logging in, okay. Yes, ready? Okay. The first thing, let us say, and we are doing a very simple study, right? We are going to a particular college. We are recruiting a group of adolescents, right? And then we are just assessing their anthropometric parameters, right? We are just classifying them as normal and obese, two categories, right? So one group is normal BMI, another group is overweight and obese, right? We are trying to compare certain parameters between these two groups, right? So let us say, like I have mentioned, I want to compare the quality of life, right, between obese and non-obese adolescents. I want to compare body image perception, self-efficacy, a lot of things, right? So for the example, we will take our primary aim is to compare the quality of life, right, between these two groups of adolescents, right? Yeah. Satish, can you open the this thing for me? Google PPT. Right. Also, can you open the WhatsApp? So I am also sharing. I'll share that. Okay. Yes. First follow me, then we'll start doing it. Okay. So what is the study we are doing? We are going to a group of. We are recruiting a group of adolescents, right? One group is overweight and obesity, another group is a normal weight. So two study groups we are taking, and we are trying to compare various parameters. One is the nutrition related parameters. We can compare hemoglobin. We can compare all other values like lipid profile and all. If we have an opportunity to do blood test, but if not, right, we are comparing using certain scoring systems. You can assess their quality of life, their self-efficacy, various other parameters, right? Their perception, etc. Right? So, what is the research question here? Let us focus on quality of life as the primary outcome parameter in this study, right? So, what is the research question? Can you construct a research question for this? Now we are learning nuts and bolts, right? तो अभी गाड़ी बनाना है तो nuts and bolts चाहिए ना, nuts and bolts कौन सा नट कहाँ लगाना है पता चलना चाहिए, right? तो अभी एक नट है to write to convert your thought process, the idea into a structured research question. So कैसे लिखेंगे?
Dietary patterns, maybe we can use it.
Uh,
Their dietary habits.
Yeah, that also we can take, yes. But just for the ease of mastering the process, right? So I'm saying obese, non-obese, adolescents. We are comparing quality of life as the primary outcome parameter. And then you can keep all others, right? Dietary habits, their physical activity, their so many other parameters you can compare between them, right? But my primary intention, my argument is obesity can lead to poor quality of life. That I want to test basically, right? Whether it is true or not, right? अगर कोई obesity है but बिंदास है तो कोई quality of life में फर्क नहीं होगा, right? So I want to test that argument, right? So what is my research question? A simple research question. हाँ, weight management तो गया ही नहीं है weight management. Research question क्या है? What? How do you write a research question for this? Question तो question format में ही होगा ना? हाँ तो how do you write a research question? बहुत ज्यादा साइंस नहीं सोचना है, कॉमन सेंस ही सोचना है. साइंस इज एन एक्सटेंडेड कॉमन सेंस.
Why are so many adolescents becoming obese?
Okay, is that the intention of the study? Yeah, so probably that might be a more so how obesity is impacting quality of life. Okay, you can write how. See, question तो वही आता है ना, how, what, when, right? वही आना चाहिए, right? So how obesity is impacting the quality of life among adolescent. If you want to take every adolescent boys or girls, right? So you can write specific population, right? Whether I can write English है या कुछ नहीं है, right? So English में अलग-अलग statements में बना सकता हूँ, but it should look like a question, right? So whether obesity adversely impact quality of life among adolescent population, right? Or we can write whether there is any difference in the quality of life between obese and non-obese adolescents. ये सारे English का खेल है ना, right? But everything is valid, right? All the statements which we have given, 3-4 different types. But a research question should reflect your intention, right? My intention is to compare quality of life between obese and non-obese adolescents, right? So my question would be whether there is any difference in quality of life between adolescents and non-adolescents, obese and non-obese adolescents, or whether quality of life is adversely impacted, right, or impacted by obesity among adolescents, right? Or what is the impact of obesity on quality of life among adolescents? सब सही है, right? Because there's no one correct thing, right? It has to reflect your intention, right? Clear? So now we have to write the title, right? Can you show me the PPT? Okay. Yeah, next one. Yes. Scroll down. Go back. Okay. इसका टाइटल लिखना है, कैसे लिखेंगे टाइटल? रिसर्च क्वेश्चन तो हमने लिख दिया. Right now you want to write a title. How to write a title for this? Effect of obesity or quality of life among adolescents. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Impact of obesity on adolescent quality of life. Okay. Any other advice? How to write the title? So now you are submitting the proposal to the ethical committee or writing a scientific title. So is it okay for a scientific title? Like Okay. I thank you for that. Okay, so she is saying ये तो बड़ा सिंपल लग रहा है, इसको थोड़ा सा और कॉम्प्लेक्स और सोफिस्टिकेटेड इंग्लिश में लिखना चाहिए, तो थोड़ा सा सोफिस्टिकेटेड कॉम्प्लेक्स इंग्लिश में लिखना चाहिए कि नहीं लिखना चाहिए? ये लगेगा कि ये क्या लिखा है यार, ऐसे स्कूल के बच्चे ने लिखा है ऐसे लगेगा, इसलिए उसको कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाना है, करेक्ट? हाँ, कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाना है क्या? Fantastic. I am not bothered about sophisticated English. I am not bothered about ekal doi agar that. Yeah, exactly. The title should reflect the actual intention of your study. Like a research question, your title also should reflect the actual intention of your study, right? And second thing is कोई फैंसी दिमाग नहीं लगाना है यहाँ पे, राइट? बिल्कुल याद रखिए ये वाला, रिसर्च में कुछ भी चीज आपको, रिसर्च डिजाइन में इनोवेशन, रिसर्च थॉट प्रोसेस में इनोवेशन, बट रिसर्च को लिखने में कोई इनोवेशन नहीं, खाली सिंपल इंग्लिश में लिखना है, राइट? समझ रहे हो ना डिफरेंस? लिखने में इनोवेशन लेके आ गए ना, वो ब्लॉग पोस्ट बन जाएगा, राइट? वो कुछ और बन जाएगा, बट लेकिन साइंटिफिक पेपर नहीं बनेगा, राइट? तो to write a scientific title internationally, there is a recommended format, right? Whenever you are submitting an article to a journal, there is a body called ICMJE. How many of you are aware of this? There is something called International Committee for Medical Journal Editors, International Committee of Medical Journal Editors. This is the body which gives broad guidelines for publications in the field of medicine, right? Allied sciences, everything, right? They have issued certain guidelines, and then many journals also follow these guidelines. They are called, the title has to be there in a format called PICOS format. Okay. P is for population, I is for intervention, C is for comparator group, C is for comparator group. Intervention can sometimes be called a study group also, right? We are not doing intervention, we can call them a study group. Our O is for outcome. S is for study design and study setting. लिखने की जरूरत नहीं, याद रहेगा ये, राइट? PICOS याद रखेंगे तो भूलने की चांस ही नहीं है, राइट? S का मतलब स्टडी डिजाइन हो सकता है, राइट? स्टडी सेटिंग हो सकता है, राइट? एंड these are all there in co-guide again. हम अभी एक्सरसाइज करेंगे, दिमाग में जाना चाहिए. Okay. T is for time, right? If at all you are doing a follow-up study, for example, you are doing improvement in hemoglobin or improvement in reduction in the weight, so you will specify time, right? 3 minutes, right? Okay. Okay, great. तो आपको क्या करना है, बहुत ज्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाना है यहाँ पे, खाली सिंपल PICOS लिस्ट करना है, पहले लिखना है what is my P, what is my I, what is C, and you have to stitch them together using English language skills. That's it, right? तो इसमें P क्या है इस स्टडी में? Adolescent population, right? I, कोई I कर रहा है क्या? Are we doing any intervention in the study? We are not doing intervention in the study, so it is not applicable, right? But there is a study group which is obese, right? So adolescent population, among that my study group is obese, or otherwise I can straight away say this: adolescents with obesity as my study population, adolescents without obesity as my comparator. I can say that, or even simplifying it, right? So my population is adolescents with obesity. Intervention is no, I'm not doing any intervention. My comparator is adolescents without obesity, my comparator. And what is the outcome? Quality of life is the primary outcome, so that we are looking at, right? If we have more outcomes, we can mention them, right? For example, quality of life or psychiatric, you can say coping capacity, self-efficacy, blah blah, whatever you want to study, right? So let us keep it simple for the time being, of quality of life. And what is going to be the study design? We don't know. We don't know, right? Right now we don't know. So yeah, probably we need to sit and think through what are the right designs, right? So, but it is definitely an observational study, right? Not an intervention study. So I can broadly write an observational study, right? So am I doing any follow-up? Is any time important in this study? No, right? So I'm just going and collecting the quality of life data coming back. So time is not explicit here, right? So I'll leave the time. So out of PCOS components in this study example, I is not applicable, T is not applicable, remaining components are applicable, I have written them down, right? Now you can stitch them together using your English skills, right? If your English is good, you will write a super quality title, much better than me, much better than your faculty. If your English is good, right? तो इंग्लिश का केवल है उसके बाद, राइट? तो कोई 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 राइट रॉन्ग नहीं होता है वहां पे. हाउ गुड इज इट टू, वो कबाब में हड्डी जैसा नहीं लगना है. पढ़ने के टाइम पे लगता है ना आपको यार पढ़ रहा हूँ कुछ, राइट? थोड़ा सा हवा में कबाब में हड्डी जैसा लग रहा है, थोड़ा सा कहीं पे अटक रहा है, then that means the flow is not smooth, right? कुछ ना grammatical error है, there is some additional word you have put in, right? So then you can keep on refining 1 or 2 times, then you will reach a nice statement. So now write a title. You can use CoGuide also to write a title. You can go to CoGuide platform. वहाँ पे you can start your journey by creating the project. Click create. Nitish, slowly one after the other. So the left side there is a create button, right? You click create, then you will see that kind of window, create project window. There you can see title there. Click, put your cursor there and click. Then you will see that use the title wizard button, right? So you can click that button, right? All of you are following. Anybody lagging behind, please raise your hands. If you are not raising your hand, I assume that all of you are following me, right? To raise your hand, I'll stop immediately, right? And then I will wait till you complete it. Oh, the internet connectivity, login here. Login. Mobile number is mobile number plus number three. Don't use the same password. We'll wait till all of you reach that stage. Okay, right. Are we ready? So, for the time being, we're going to start. Otherwise, so usually upper right hand corner पे होता है. Okay, done. You click create. Click create. Now you can click the title wizard. Nitish, can you go back? Yeah, so please follow me now. All of you are logged in. Please follow me. So click create. Go to title. Click. Put your cursor there. Click. Use the title wizard. Okay. Now it is asking very simple question. Right? How many study groups we have? We have one group or two groups? Yeah, we have two groups. Adolescents with obesity and without obesity, right? So take two groups. Do we have any intervention group? Okay, we'll say no. And click continue. Then it is asking what is your study population? Adolescents with obesity. Adolescents with obesity. Adolescents. CENT. Adolescents. Yes, yeah. With obesity. Adolescents without obesity. My comparator group is adolescents without obesity. यार आप ना किताब मोबाइल सब हाथ में रख के नहीं कर सकते. Free yourself. Right, sit with only one device in your hand. Right, किताब सब नीचे रखना. अभी सिस्टम हैंडल करना है तो फ्री कर सकते हो. पेन वगैरह छोड़ दीजिए. पेन वगैरह सब नीचे रख दीजिए.
After writing the title, how do you come to this?
Use title wizard.
Then it's not showing.
You just click, you need to click on the title.
कर्सर आप उसके ऊपर क्लिक करना. टाइप कर दें. Which there are some browsers sometimes having this problem. This is not coming this way. Funny.
Sir, ఒకటి ప్లగ్ పాయింట్ ఫ్రీ చేయరా అంటే లైక్ ఏది కనెక్టెడ్ ఉందో అర్థం అవ్వట్లేదు. నేను ఛార్జింగ్ పెట్టాలి ల్యాప్టాప్.
Girls, you can log out and log in back again. Then there is a. I did that.
Right now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yes, what is my comparator group is adolescents without obesity. Nitish, without obesity. Without obesity, right? What is the outcome? Yeah, we'll say quality of life. Quality of life. First correct that. Nitish, without obesity, full step. Without is a single word. Yeah. Quality of life. What is the study design? I don't know the study design. I can simply write observational study for the time being. Okay, observational study. Observational study. Then time I'm not keen, so I'm not specifying anything. I can leave it. Once I fill these things, what am I filling here? PICOST. That is what it has asked exactly. पहले पूछा कितने ग्रुप है? 2 ग्रुप बोला, right? फिर पूछा इंटरवेंशन है कि नहीं है? I, right? It is asking I is not there, so it is not asking for me. The I दे दो मेरे को नहीं है वो, right? Then it is asking me the remaining 4 components, right? What is P? What is comparator? What is the outcome? And what is the study design? Time तो है, I am not specifying. So 4 components of my P course which are applicable for my study I have entered here, right? And then click submit or save. So then it will give you title options like this. अच्छा है? ये छोटा ChatGPT का छोटा भाई है. Right, and then you can read, right, whichever is looking good to you, you can use that, right? Click add button. तो वो ऐड हो जाएगा वहां पे. So you click the add button, then it will get added there, right? Okay. Clear? Click add button. कोई भी एक चूज कर लो जो अच्छा लग रहा है आपको पढ़ने में, उसमें ऐड बटन क्लिक कर लो. बगल में ऐड बटन है ना उसका. हाँ ठीक है. Done. So now see what is happening here is we are achieving a sort of standardization in the writing, right? We are not allowing you to write अपने दिमाग से कोई innovative catchy titles नहीं लिख रहे हो. आप just scientific study Pcos रहना है, वो कैसे भी रह सकते हैं Pcos थोड़ा इधर उधर है ना, but it is there, right? Clear now? So, learning in this session is title has to be in Pcos format, right? Next, objectives. Click objective. Again, there is an objective wizard. Okay. Before going into objective wizard, Nitish, can we go to PPT quickly? So just focus, don't muddle with the system. Just first understand the concept and then do the application, right? Okay. Next, Nitish. Next. Yeah. Go back a second. Yes. Next one. Before. Yeah. Okay. So your research questions broadly are two types: descriptive questions, analytical questions, right? Descriptive question माने एक ही group होता है उसमें, right? There is no comparison. That is called descriptive question, right? To assess the perception about nutrition or physical activity and diet among so and so group, right? You are taking only one group of people, you are assessing something, that is called descriptive study, right? To compare, right? To look at the association between two different parameters, right? So you are taking two groups, right? For example, this study we are looking at the relationship between obesity and quality of life. So we are taking two groups, obese, non-obese, right? So that is the analytical research question, right? So in descriptive research question, we don't have any predetermined hypothesis कुछ नहीं होता है. Analytical question में you start with the hypothesis, right? यहाँ पे hypothesis क्या होगा? There is no difference in the quality of life between obese and non-obese people. That is going to be my hypothesis. It's not null hypothesis, right? Why do we do that? Neutral statement से जाना है, so that you start the study with unbiased views, right? Right? So you want to prove your intention, your claim is that obesity may have adverse impact on quality of life. But मेरा शुरुआत होगा with an assumption that there is no difference between these two groups. Then I will collect data and try to disprove that. Clear? Okay. Now to write the objective, next. Yeah. So based on the type of research question, next please. Descriptive question and analytical questions, right? Like I have mentioned, यहाँ पे comparison group नहीं होगा, intervention नहीं होगा. Analytical question में या तो comparison group होगा या तो intervention होगा, right? This is for analytical question. So in case of descriptive questions, while writing objectives, you always any objective should always start with a phrase, action phrase, to do something, to estimate, to assess, right? To determine, to study, right? ऐसा एक action phrase है, to do something, right? Phrase से शुरू होगा हमेशा. And there are certain words which are peculiar to descriptive questions. There are certain words which are specific to analytical questions. Right? So Nitish. So in case of descriptive questions, these are the action verbs you need to use to estimate, to describe, to measure, to quantify, right? To explore, to characterize. These are the words you can use in case of descriptive questions, right? In case of analytical questions, a comparative studies, to determine, to investigate, to examine, and I always feel to compare is the safest, the most versatile phrase you can use in case of comparative studies, right? आपका जो भी हो मन में comparative studies में तो ultimately compare ही करेंगे, right? तो अगर कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है तो compare लिखने से हमेशा आप safe side रहेंगे, right? Compare something between this group and this group is the safest way. So research लिखने में we always try to keep it very simple and straightforward, right? So now go to the next. But these are the things you need to avoid, especially if you are doing a quantitative study, right? You are collecting quantitative data, you are not doing focus group discussion or a qualitative interview. Quantitative studies में you have to avoid these phrases. To look at तो नहीं होता है research में, right? To look at is a very bad phrase to use for objective, right? To appreciate, again qualitative studies में ठीक है, right? But not in quantitative studies, right? These are all suitable for qualitative studies, right? To understand can never be a good objective, right? Understanding is not measurable kind of thing, right? Understand आप अपनी समझ लेंगे मैं अपना समझ लूँगा, right? So it is not standardized word, right? Then to study भी use कर सकते हैं. Study is not a very bad word. To know, to recommend are again very bad, right? To know something is again वो आपको पता चल रहा है क्या हो रहा है, right? So it's not right word to use in research. To recommend can never be your research objective. Please remember, your recommendation will come after your research findings are proven. उसकी basis पर recommendation होता है. But giving recommendation is not your research, right? Clear? So these two slides are very important here. What to use, what not to use. What to use in what situation, right? Now go back to the finding. This one, the co-guide. Go back to co-guide. Now let us write objective, right, for this study using objective wizard. Okay, click objective wizard. So यहाँ पे the most suitable would be compare. I use to compare, right? Next, to compare what? What are you comparing? We are comparing quality of life to quality of life. Next. So enter the name of treatment or intervention group if applicable. So we don't have any treatment group. So we are leaving it that way, right? Then the next one is, what is the comparator group? The comparator group is patients or adolescents without obesity, right? So we write adolescents without obesity. Next. So what is the study population? Adolescents with obesity. So adolescents with obesity. क्या हो रहा है यहाँ? सिस्टम नहीं चल रहा है, लड़ाई हो रहा है, क्या हो रहा है?
Yes, so it is very stuck and when we are refreshing, it's taking us back.
Okay. So कुछ कई बार कुछ लॉट ऑफ कैशेस वगैरह होते हैं तो थोड़ा सा माइट स्टक, राइट? मोबाइल यूज करिए. आपका भी ऐसा ही है, व्हाट्सएप. It's fine. Okay. Great. Yes. What is the study population? Adolescents with obesity. Then it is asking you now very clearly, how are you planning to compare? How are you planning to assess this quality of life? So कैसे assess करेंगे quality of life? Survey तो आपका data collection modality हो गया ना, but what tool or what method is used? Quality of life कैसे assess करेंगे? आप मेरे से आके पूछेंगे कि भाई आपका quality of life क्या है? Yeah, so some structured questionnaire we will use, right, to collect the data, right? So हम अपना reinventing the wheel नहीं बोलते ना, तो हम खुद नहीं अभी बनाएंगे questionnaire. बहुत सारे questionnaire available है quality of life assess करने के लिए. We'll pick the right tool among them, right? There is a WHO quality of life questionnaire, there is a WHO PREF questionnaire, there is something called SF36, right? So let us assume that I am sharing one reference article in the WhatsApp group. Morning I was just looking what are the quality of life tools for adolescents, right? there is a score I could find. Any tools you are aware? Any tools you are aware of quality of life tools? Yeah, I've got a questionnaire called, there are a lot of questionnaires. Out of that, I found one questionnaire called Kids Screen 27. Kids Screen, right? I'm sharing the article in WhatsApp with all of you, right? We can take another reference article, right?
So there is a tool called as WHO.
Yeah. WHO quality of life, there are a lot of tools in that. WHO quality of life 100 item wala. WHO quality of life breath bolte BRE that is also available. That is primarily for adult population, right? Because adolescents more quality of life issues. So there are a lot of adolescent specific quality of life tools, right? So this Kids Screen is one such tool. I'm not saying this is the only tool. There are a lot of tools. Just for the example discussion today, let us assume this is the tool which we are going to use, right? I am sharing in the WhatsApp group. One day research. I have shared the PDF of one article which has compared same, right? The quality of life scores between obese and non-obese adolescents using this tool. Now see, I have got a link WhatsApp. Okay. तो ये बाद में भी देख सकते हैं लिंक मिल गया है तो let us assume that we are using this Kids Screen 27 tool for our data collection, right? So you can mention, so how am I assessing quality of life using Kids Screen 27 capital Kid 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 Screen capital Kid 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 Screen 27 dash 27. Yeah. Okay, so this is the name of the tool, right? The 27 item questionnaire, finally giving quality of life based on various dimensions, right? Yes, all of you have written this. Next, click next. Is there any specific timeline you are looking at? No, we are not looking at any timeline, so we can ignore that. Just we can say no or write any. No, see here the intention is not that one. Actually, the objective, the timeline is meant for specific timeline, not the logistic part. It is meant for example, I want to see reduction in the weight after 3 months following my nutritional advice. So that 3 months we need to mention, not their project execution time, right? Okay, clear? So now click save. That during no and all we can remove that. There are we are trying to correct that. There are small issues with the output, but at least any doubts? इस बात पे लड़ाई हो रही है. Have you all got the objective? So this is what it is ensuring again is a standardization. यहाँ पे ना again we don't need any lot of innovation or sophistication. हमको सीधी सी बात लिखना है. क्या कंपेयर कर रहे हो? इसके बीच में कंपेयर कर रहे हो using what tool, right? So very clear and simple. कोई भी पढ़ेंगे दोबारा वो क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछना चाहिए, समझना चाहिए, बिल्कुल अच्छा है, क्लियर है, right? So this particular researcher wants to compare quality of life score using FitSpeed 27 tool between obese and non-obese adolescents. खत्म बात, right? कोई क्वेश्चन discussion नहीं होगा उसके ऊपर आगे, right? Clear? So now you can select one of them. Just do the tinkering, any unnecessary things you can remove. And you can add a FitSpeed 27 questionnaire or tool or something of that sort, right? Yeah. Fine. So now you can add your objective and then you can click create. You can add more objectives also. For example, Madam was referring, so we can compare other parameters also between these two groups. इतना मेहनत करके जा रहे हो तो खाली quality of life नहीं पूछना है, बाकी सब कुछ और भी पूछेंगे. So you can now decide, okay, self-efficacy, there are scale, right? So their body perception, there is a scale, right? Their dietary habits, their physical activity pattern. You can design a structured questions there, right? You can ask them, right? So how many days you are doing physical activity, how much what is the frequency, duration, intensity, everything you can ask. Right? Which principle we call it, right? Frequency, intensity, time and time of exercise you can ask, right? So clean. Now click create project. Create. Now your project is created and it will be available in the dashboard. It will come. It is because of the internet it is. आपका project create हो गया ना? Yes, great, fantastic. We'll wait for a minute till my internet. There is no hard and fast. इसको you can play around with it, right? थोड़ा इधर उधर डाल के खेल सकते हो आप इसको, right? Then can you go back to presentation while this is happening? Yeah. Okay. Scroll down. The next. Yeah. Okay. Can I have your attention for 2 minutes? Yes. अगर आपका ये हो गया तो फिर दोबारा जाएंगे वो सॉफ्टवेयर. Software is as good as your conceptual clarity of things, right? Without that, अगर software use करेंगे तो mechanical बन जाएंगे, right? समझना है concept. So your objectives are supposed to follow something called SMART criteria. What is the SMART criteria? Specific, measurable, achievable, reliable, and time bound. Right? Clear? ये दिमाग में रहना है. जैसा PCOST है, ऐसा ही ये SMART है, right? So what do you mean by specific? Whether your research question or objective is very specifically mentioning the parameter you want to measure or not, right? So here I have mentioned quality of life using FitSpeed 27. I am being very specific there, right? What to measure, right? And whether that particular thing is really measurable or not, right? कई बार अगर quality of life आप बोल देते हैं, but you are not mentioning the questionnaire name, then it becomes very vague. Right? So measurability doubtful here, right? So for example, if I am writing, okay, I want to just assess the perception of adolescents about perception कैसे measure करेंगे? Unless you have a structured tool or something, then वो measurability into हो जाएगा, right? Clear? So how are we going to measure that, right? That has to be clearly there. Achievable का मतलब क्या है? Achievable का मतलब क्या है? For example, I am taking a study. I am doing a diet-based intervention, right? A nutrition intervention, and my intention is to improve the hemoglobin status of the person, right? और मेरा follow-up period रखा है 2 हफ्ते. इस हफ्ते में intervention दे रहा हूँ खाना. 2 हफ्ते के बाद मैं hemoglobin measure करूँगा. कुछ होगा? नहीं होगा ना. 2 हफ्ते के बाद hemoglobin improve नहीं होगा, right? कम से कम, right? 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks minimum देना है, right? Then only it becomes achievable. Whatever I am trying to in my study, improvement in hemoglobin, is not achievable in 2 weeks time, right? So that study has to have at least 6 weeks to 8 weeks follow up. Clear? That is the meaning of achievability, right? For example, diabetes के ऊपर आप study कर रहे हो, you want to reduce the HbA1c value. HbA1c value 3 महीने में एक बार चेंज होता है, right? तो मिनिमम 3 महीने लगते हैं कुछ इम्पैक्ट करने के लिए. आप 1 महीने का स्टडी कर रहे हो, HbA1c में कोई फर्क नहीं है. Weight, for example, right? Unless you are doing crash diet, minimum आपको 3 to 6 months चाहिए होगा weight में impact करने के लिए, right? So that is what you mean by achievability, right? Then the reliable. What do we mean by reliable? What do we mean by reliable? Yes, yes. मेरा फ्रेंड का लड़का से पूछ रहा था यार देखो भी दिन था उसने बोला प्री पब्लिक डे होता है इसी पर दिमाग में आके से कोई बाद में बोला नहीं आधा घंटे के बाद भी उसने बोला नहीं क्या पब्लिक डे होता है जस्ट याद आ गया ओके ग्रेट रिलायबिलिटी से यही होता है ये सब लोग बोलते हैं. So what do we mean by reliability? Okay, for example, let us say she is getting out of 100, right? एक एग्जाम में इसको 80 मार्क्स मिल रहा है, एक एग्जाम में इसको 20 मार्क्स मिल रहा है, right? Right? Can I put her next mark? नहीं है, right? That is called, so she is not reliable, right? Repeatability नहीं है इसमें, right? So reliability is nothing but repeatability, right? And 80 is a valid mark. मतलब the intention is to get the good marks, right? So 20 is a kind of she is not doing her job, so she is neither valid nor reliable. Clear? Every time she is getting 80, she is valid. She is getting what she is supposed to get, and she is also reliable because I can next predict अच्छा यार इसको अगले बार भी 80 around ही मिलेगा, right? She is getting every time 20 only. She is reliable. She is very reliable because I can say that she is going to get 20 only next time, but she is not valid because उसको जो मिलना चाहिए वो नहीं मिल रहा है, right? कम मिल रहा है, right? Now you understand what do you mean by validity and reliability? Validity means whether that particular instrument or tool is measuring what it is supposed to measure. That's called validity. Whether she is getting the marks what she is supposed to get, 90, 80, right? Reliability is if this particular instrument is applied by multiple people, right? Whether it gives you the same result or not, right? Whether it gives you the same result or not, right? That's called repeatability, right? बार-बार 90 मिल रहा है तो repeatable है, बार-बार 20 मिल रहा है तब भी repeatable है, right? Yes. Reliability means repeatability with very minimal inter-observer variation. Clear? Right? Observer बीच में फर्क नहीं होना चाहिए ज़्यादा. अगर आप BP मशीन लेके जा रहे हो एक BP मशीन, right? एक प्रोसेस आप फॉलो कर रहे हो, right? You are giving 180 by 90, I am giving 120 by 80, she is giving 110 by 70. So machine and the process which we are following is not reliable. It is giving different measurements in the same person, measured by 3 different people, right? That is not reliability means तीनों को एक ही वैल्यू मिलना चाहिए, right? Clear? Time bound. So if, for example, some be mentioned in your objective, हमारे इसमें time explicit नहीं. The objective which we have written, does it about what I am measuring? Whatever the quality of life we are measuring, we are clearly giving a measurement tool how we are going to measure, right? Is it achievable? कोई follow up नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, उस time पे है तो हम ले रहे हैं. So then, is it reliable tool? That I have to know, right? How do I know? While picking up this tool, I told you there are 10 different tools for quality of life. मैं इसे जाके hand pick करके नहीं आया इसको, right? मैंने पढ़ा है कितने tools हैं. उसके अंदर there is a paper published saying that This GitScreen 27 tool is reliable and valid tool. It has been proven, multiple studies have been done saying that this tool is a validated tool, reliable and valid tool in assessing adolescent quality of life. Then I have clicked. Right? Finally, time bound. This is not applicable in this case. So our objective, what we have written using CoGuide application is a smart objective, right? To compare quality of life between obese, non-obese adolescents using GitScreen 27 questionnaire. Clear? Done. Our project is now title, objectives are done. Now what next? लंच से पहले मटेरियल मेथड्स खत्म करेंगे, देन उसके बाद डाटा एंड रेफरेंस मैनेजमेंट पे जाएंगे, राइट? Review of literature करेंगे, right? So that I'm not able to demonstrate. Then in your material method section, what will you write? You have to write the study design. You have to write various other headings of methodology. You have to write sample size calculation. You have to write statistical methods. Right? Let us do that now. Right? So go to CoGuide. Can you open that reference article image? What's up here? Go. What's up here? Okay, so before going to an expert, right? To get your sample size calculation, study design, or before even using a software, so if you have a CoGuide access, then you need not go to any expert physically and sit with the statistician. You can use it on your own. And experts are available through chat support. I'll show you that also, right? That means even before going to CoGuide software to calibrate sample size, you need to first collect some information about your study, right? So what information you need before going for sample size calculation? 4 points you need. It up. राइट? कल को आप प्रोटोकॉल जब लिखेंगे, सैंपल साइज कैलकुलेशन के लिए जाएंगे किसी के पास, आपके पास 4 पॉइंट्स चाहिए. क्या चाहिए? First point you need to tell the statistician is whether your study is a single group study or is it having 2 or 4 groups. That means your study is a descriptive study or an analytical study. That point you need to know. Yeah. Results section. Results. So first question, first piece of information you need is how many study groups you have, one group or more than one group. Second question is what are you exactly trying to measure or compare? If it is a single group, what are you trying to measure? If it is 2 groups, what are you trying to compare between these 2 groups? The primary outcome parameter, right? Third point you need to know is what are the expected values of these outcome parameters, right? Whatever you are comparing or measuring, what is the expected value? ये कैसे पता चलेगा expected value? है ना? आपने तो स्टडी नहीं किया अभी, तो ये expected value कैसा है? Yeah, so you have to review the literature. You have to identify a right reference article, we call it. It's not mother article, it's not father article, it is not grandfather article, it is reference article. Right? Use the word reference article, right? Reference article कैसे select करते हैं? Right? How do you select a reference article? One is which is conducted in population similar to you, your population, right? Conducted on Indian population probably, right? So a study like that. But don't write this. So how do you select a reference article which is close to your population, which is recent, right? Conducted in last 3 to 5 years, right? Which is published in a good reference, good, authenticated platform, right? For example, I have taken this article from BMJ, right? BMJ is very authentic. I could not find the right Indian article using this score, so I have taken a Western article, but published in BMJ recently, right? Clear? So that is how you need to take a reference article. From the reference article, you need to go to your outcome and see what is the value reported, and then you take that as a reference value, right? So now in this, I have gone to this table, the result section. Can you open it to two separate windows, the one main article and one? So I have taken this article as my reference article. Go to the top. BMC Public Health. It is published very recently, January 2023, right? So, and this is what is their comparison. So the score, health related quality of life, it's been 27. They have compared all these points: physical well-being, psychological well-being, autonomy, all that stuff, right? Some score also they have compared. Okay. Right? Yeah. So there are 5 component scores in this. This is something else basically, right? If there is a total score, I would have right away taken that score for comparison. But since I have 5 scores, I can probably choose any of the scores for sample size calculation purpose. Ideally, what happens is, out of these 5 component scores, whichever score is giving the highest sample size, that we will take usually, right? But today we will not do our 5 calculation. We will just choose one component score just to demonstrate the process, right? So we can take, let us say, physical well-being score, right? Between the two groups, or psychological well-being score, like whatever, right? Yes. Great. So I am taking physical well-being score for my sample size calculation purpose, right? So 3 detail है मेरे पास अभी क्या है? How many study groups I have? What is the outcome parameter I am comparing, and what are the expected values? 3 points आ गया, right? अगर रेफरेंस आर्टिकल नहीं है तो कहाँ से लेंगे? कोई रेफरेंस आर्टिकल ही नहीं है आपका, कोई पब्लिश नहीं किया ऐसा स्टडी, आप फर्स्ट टाइम कर रहे हो, देन कहाँ से लेंगे? डेटा कलेक्शन करने से पहले ही आपको सैंपल साइज कैलकुलेशन देना पड़ेगा ना एथिकल कलेक्शन को, तो कैसे करेंगे? हाँ, बुक्स में अगर पब्लिश होगा तो बुक्स में होगा, अगर पब्लिश नहीं है कोई स्टडी तो बुक में भी नहीं होगा। हाँ, सिमिलर स्टडी नहीं है तब क्या क्या करेंगे? कुछ भी ले सकते हैं। Yeah, okay. So second is basically कोई स्टडी नहीं हुआ, but for example you are doing a hospital based study, right? ये वाला example में data available नहीं होगा public domain में, but you are doing, for example, let us say prevalence of vitamin D deficiency of antenatal women. कोई स्टडी पब्लिश नहीं हुआ, but if you go to a hospital, right, where your collaborator hospital is there, then you can ask, madam, last 5 months में, 6 months में, 1 year में कितने प्रेग्नेंट लोगों को आपने विटामिन डी लेवल किया? तो बोलेंगे कि यार हम 200 लोगों को लिए किया है, कितने लोगों का डेफिशिएंसी था? That is from this retrospective hospital records. वो public domain में publish नहीं हुआ, but it is available in the hospital records. You can take from that. Okay? अगर वो भी available नहीं है, तब वो भी नहीं है, हॉस्पिटल वाले बोलेंगे नहीं यार, then वो लास्ट में you can do a small pilot study, right? तो फॉर एग्जांपल आप दूसरी कॉलेज में ये स्टडी करना है, आप अपनी कॉलेज में क्या करेंगे, 10-10 लोगों को, ओबीएस नॉन ओबीएस लोगों को लेके स्टडी करेंगे, ये स्कोर कंप्यूट करेंगे पायलट स्टडी के बेसिस पे, देन बेस्ड ऑन दैट वी कैलकुलेट द मेन सैंपल साइज। क्लियर? ठीक है? This pilot study finding should not be part of your main study, right? So ये अलग population में आप करेंगे, similar population में, then you calculate the sample size, right? Finally, अगर वो भी नहीं हो पाया pilot study, it is a very invasive intervention or a very complex intervention, pilot study नहीं हो पाएगा, right? So then you go with something called reasonable assumptions. Calculation तो करना ही करना है, without calculation you cannot go into the protocol, right? उस assumption करके you will say that okay, 1 unit difference in quality of life score between these two groups, I will consider as a meaningful clinical difference. Then using that, you will calculate the sample size. Clear? Clear? So four possibilities: reference article, retrospective data, pilot study. अगर वो भी नहीं है तो meaningful assumptions के साथ जाएंगे, but बिना calculation नहीं जाएंगे. Clear? Yes. क्योंकि having an imperfect calculation is better than having no calculation at all. Right? Yes, ma'am. Like, yeah, pilot study very few, right? So, for example, this doesn't take much effort, this kind of thing. So, 10 लोग ले लेंगे, 10 में करके, yeah. So that will give us the number score. Mean standard deviation मिल जाएगा आपको 10 लोगों का, उसको लेके sample size calculation. No fixed number for pilot, right? Clear? हो गया. So now last piece of information you need for sample size calculation is something called allowable errors, right? हर एक एक्सपेरिमेंट में allowable error होता है. False positive, false negative errors बोलते हैं उसको, right? So false positive, false negative errors. International scientific community again has decided certain cutoffs. They said any experiment will have errors, but we need to minimize the errors. कितना minimum रहना चाहिए? Which error is dangerous? False positive error or false negative error? Why? For example, somebody is standing by my side. Okay, I am injection, right? This is a tablet, right? So हम दोनों के बीच में कोई difference नहीं है. We are same with respect to giving effect of the drug, right? That is the truth. I am same as a tablet, right? But कल को you are coming to a false positive conclusion saying that I am much more superior than the tablet. Then what will be your recommendation after your study? To give the injection instead of tablet. क्या problem होगा? You are giving an invasive, right? As compared to tablet, might be costly, it might lead to side damage, it might lead to infection, lot of side effects without giving any benefit to the patient, right? So false positive error is always much dangerous than false negative error, right? Because the follow-up recommendation following false positive conclusion is to give the intervention, right? Then you are compromising the safety of the patient, right? You are not giving any additional benefit to them. Clear? False negative error, right? I am really superior, but your experiment is failing to detect my superiority. It is coming to conclusion I am same as the tablet. वो इतना danger नहीं है because you are not recommending injection there, right? You are saying my study is inconclusive or they could not find any difference. You do further research. So your recommendation would be further research, not intervention, right? Clear? So false positive के बाद always your recommendation is going to be an intervention. So it is dangerous. So false positive error ज़्यादा नहीं कर सकते हैं, 5%. False positive error is allowed only up to 5%, right? Clear? This false positive error is called alpha error. Alpha error. Alpha beta, right? Alpha error. Okay? False positive error is called alpha error. Right? It is allowed only up to 5%. The second error, false negative error, failing to detect the effect, is called beta error. Right? Beta error is allowed up to 20%. It's not very dangerous, right? So up to 20% of beta error is allowed in an experiment, right? But in sample size calculation formula, we use beta error as 100 minus beta error, right? That is called power of study. Okay? Power of study is nothing but 100 minus beta error. If my beta error is 20%, what would be my power? 100 minus 20, that is 80. Clear? So, again, our 4 details. Two groups. I am comparing quality of life score. My expected values are this based on the article, and I am going to take 5% alpha error and 80% power of study. Now I am ready to go and calculate the sample size. Okay? This exercise of collecting all these details cannot be done by a software, cannot be done by a statistician. It has to be done by the researcher. Clear? तो उसके पास जाने से पहले ये काम करके उसके पास जाना है. वहां पे जाके बैठेंगे, खाली पेपर लेके गया, उसने पूछा कि यार क्या, फिर बोलेगा जाओ वापस लेके आओ, जाओ वापस लेकर 3 बार 4 बार आपको जाना पड़ेगा. राइट? टाइम वेस्ट होगा, पैसे वेस्ट होते हैं, दिमाग खराब हो जाएगा. राइट? तो पहले बैठो आराम से, ये 4 डिटेल लिखो पेपर पे, देन यू गो एंड contact the statistician or software. Right? So now let us go to CoGuide. You can copy that link in the browser. Right? No, not this one, the main article link. Get the citation, right? Citation is the student here. Yeah,
Send this article.
sorry, this article. No, is there none? Okay, great. So we are taking this article. This is the citation we are taking. Okay. Now we go to CoGuide. Go to CoGuide. Now please follow me. Next 5 minutes हम sample size calculation करेंगे. 5 मिनट में हो जाएगा. Right? So go to CoGuide.
Can we use that? Hit it.
So there are 3 symbols below your project. One sigma symbol, that is sample size calculation button. By the side of it there is a word kind of symbol, that is a data collection symbol, and then there is an upload function, right? So click sample size calculation button, the sigma button. Yes. Yeah, start the project with sample size calculation, you confirm, right? Okay, confirm.
Not there.
Wait. Go into other. Okay. Yes, the first question it is asking is, let us all go together यार, थोड़ा सा आगे पीछे जाएंगे तो मुश्किल होगा सबको लेके जाना. Just step wise, right? Okay, click sigma. Then click confirm. Now it is asking simple questions about your research study, right? Are we doing diagnostic accuracy of a test? Oh, किसने yes बोला है? So we are not doing diagnostic accuracy of a test. That is not our intention, right? So it is going to be no. Next, are you doing any intervention as a part of your study? No. Next, how many study groups do you have? 2 groups. And the outcome already occurred. Are you waiting for quality of life to happen in the future, or it is already there? Yeah, it is already there, no? So we are not waiting. This will be no when you are waiting for the outcome to happen in the future, right? So it is already there, outcome is already there, right? So yes, जो डैमेज होना था वो हो गया ऑलरेडी, राइट? क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ बर्बाद होना था वो, राइट? Now, yes. Now you can choose the right phrase among them. One is saying study groups are based on disease or outcome. A factor is compared between 2 groups at instantaneous point of time, or studies are based on the risk factor. Yeah, here it is a very tricky thing, right? काफी लड़ाई होता है इसके पीछे. अभी भी जाके हम क्या करेंगे, आंख बंद करके एक एक लेके सबको कन्विंस कर सकते हैं, ये भी सही है, ये भी सही है, ये भी सही है करके, बट अदरवाइज यूजुअली क्या है, we are not really proposing obesity as a risk factor for poor quality of life, or obesity will lead to poor quality of life leading to obesity. We don't know the आगे पीछे कौन किसको impact कर रहा है, we don't know. We just want to compare quality of life, whether it is same or kind of different between obese and non-obese, right? We are not proposing any causative link between them, right? In that case, the ideal option would be this. Factor is compared between two groups instantaneous point of time without any burden on me to prove that whether it is a risk factor or a disease or anything, right? Or you can argue, yes, obesity I am considering as a risk factor for poor quality of life, then you can use this, but ideally this is a safer option, right? Okay. I'll show this scenario also if time permits, right? Where we use this scenario, right? Click next, okay? Now, what is my outcome? Is it a number, a proportion, or a rate? What do we mean by number? Numeric outcome का मतलब क्या है? So what is the distance between your house to your college? Kilometers. 3 kilometers. So I am getting the answer as a number. When I am asking the question, she is giving the answer in the form of a number, right? That is called numeric variable, right? So if I am asking, you belong to which area in Hyderabad? Okay, some area, right? The answer I am getting in the form of a text. That is called your categorical variable, which is mentioned as proportion. So if I take all the area, I will be probably tomorrow I will be giving a classification, right? So out of you, let us say 60% belong to Hyderabad proper, or 20% belong to other districts in Telangana, another 20% belong to the other states. Right? I am expressing your locality or your native place as a proportion, right? And finally, the rate. Rate is how many cups of tea you drink per day on an average. 2 cups per day. Right? What is happening? Time is coming in the denominator, right? So it is a number per time. How many times you went for restaurant outside in the last 1 month? Right? Daily. 30 days per day, 30 days per month. No. So you say 7 days per month. That can be one of the parameters for you, right? So while collecting diet data, you can ask, okay, on an average, how many times you went for a restaurant in the last 1 week or 1 month, right? So 7 times per month. This time number of it is a particular number per time period. Okay. How many times you were admitted in the hospital in the last 1 year? How many times you went for a physical activity in the last 1 month, right? Clear? Okay, great. So this number is in our study. Can you open that? What are we measuring? We are measuring quality of life score, right? It is a number, numeric variable, right? So I am going to select numeric variable. This we are taking it for comparison. Okay. So there is a numeric outcome. Click next. Now it is asking what is the name of your outcome? Physical well-being score. You put anything, quality of life score or physical well-being score. I am taking only physical well-being score for the calculation now. The overall score is there, I would have taken that. Now, name of the study group is adolescent with obesity, adolescent without obesity. Adolescent without obesity, yes. What is the mean of the outcome in the study group? I go to the reference article, it is asking me mean and standard deviation of the score. So I am taking mean and the standard deviation in obese group as 50.59 plus or minus 9.39. Okay. So 50.59, 50.59, 9.39. In comparator group, 49.03 and 9.40. 49.03, 9.40.
Four point.
9.40. Okay? Clear? Yes? Is clear? I have already noted down these things, right? Because I have already gone to my reference article. I have noted down all these things. Now I am using the software to calculate, right? What is the power of study? 80%. What is the alpha error? 5%. What is the two-sided? Two-sided का मतलब है I am saying दोनों के बीच में जो difference है इस तरफ भी हो सकता है इस तरफ भी हो सकता है because I want to make it that neutral stand, right? So always use the two-sided alpha error, right? Okay. Next, I did the reference article. I can directly copy the citation from here. Any article will have this cite this article functionality nowadays, right? So you can click that cite this article and you can take this citation completely. And copy and paste there. Or if it is becoming difficult for you to go back and come because using the mobile, you can just put the name of the article, right? So later on you can do it, okay? So Foster et al. Copy the first author name. Yeah, simple you can use this number, Foster LJ. FORST or Foster LJ is the name of the first author. Yeah. So all of you have entered this information. Just slowly. We'll wait. Execute, right? Nitish. 50.59 plus 9.39, 49.03, 9.40, 80%, 5%, and Foster LJ is the author name. Foster LJ. Foster LJ, you can take that reference from WhatsApp. Big videos. So people who are using laptop, you can click the link which I have sent in the WhatsApp and go to that article, copy that citation. Cite this article करके होगा देखिए. Yes. So enter citation, you can copy and paste, right? That will give. Here I am clearly telling from where I have taken this information, right? Then first author name, Foster LJ, you can copy it, right? Go back. Okay. Done? Anybody still waiting? All of you have done? Can I have raised hands? Okay, all of you are fast here. Okay, done. Okay, click. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
From one research article.
Yeah.
Let's suppose I am doing multiple review of literature, right? With the same score. So are we supposed to take the average and then try to measure their effect?
See, madam is asking a question. For example, if there are multiple reference articles, should I do average of all those things and write it here? That is why in the beginning itself I told you when there are multiple reference articles, you choose the article which is closest to your population, which is done on Indian subjects, which is better quality one, right? Which is done with a better sample size, which is published in a better journal, right? Yes, can I have your attention, please? Yes. Yeah. See, sample size calculation is an abstract science. It is not an absolute science, right? कोई कई बार होता है हमने सैंपल साइज कैलकुलेशन दे दिया 42 आया था उसकी स्टैटिस्टिशियन ने किसी और आर्टिकल ने कैलकुलेट किया 38 आया था तो वो फिर आके सर आपने गलत नहीं होता है सैंपल साइज कैलकुलेशन राइट तो इट इज बेसिकली व्हाट पैरामीटर यू आर कंसीडरिंग और उसमें डिफरेंस है तो कैलकुलेशन में डिफरेंस होगा राइट सो justification you should give is am I taking the right kind of reference article or not am I taking which is close to my population which is recent which is a good quality study if all these check boxes are ticked even there are 4-5 studies which are qualifying this criteria then you can choose right so nobody is going to say कि यार आपको यही लेना है ऐसा नहीं होगा right for example I am calculating sample size now मेरे को नहीं पता क्या नंबर आएगा अगर for example बहुत ज्यादा नंबर आ गया right पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट हमारे पास आते हैं नंबर कैलकुलेट करते हैं तो बहुत ज्यादा नंबर आ गया फॉर एग्जांपल देन दे आस्क सर मेरे को इतना नहीं पॉसिबल है morning I told you there are some knobs what are the knobs then I will immediately ask you do you have any other reference article which is equally good but showing slightly higher difference between two groups then if I take higher difference my sample size requirement will come down right then I can take that reference article वो भी गलत नहीं था ये भी गलत नहीं right clear ये इतना एब्सोल्यूट साइंस नहीं है कि यही करना है थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे आगे पीछे हो सकता है राइट क्लियर ओके ग्रेट कैन वी क्लिक सबमिट नाउ यस वी हैव स्टडी डिजाइन व्हाट इज द स्टडी डिजाइन व्हाट इज द स्टडी डिजाइन आप पढ़िए ना आपके आउटपुट पढ़िए क्लिक सबमिट एंड देन रीड द आउटपुट So what is the study design? Analytical cross-sectional study, right?
There is no sense this is
ChatGPT का छोटा भाई है. This is a limited process automation we did. ChatGPT is everywhere probably, right? You ask something, it will give you everything. Right? Okay. Now, see, it is analytical cross-sectional study. Why analytical? मानी बोला था descriptive और analytical का क्या difference है? Descriptive is only one group. Analytical means there is a comparative group. Okay, great. Why cross-sectional? I am not following forward. I am not following backward. If I am following forward, it becomes prospective. If I am following backward, it becomes retrospective. If I am looking at the same point of time or the same period of time, it is called cross-section. Right? So it is an analytical cross-sectional study. Right? Acha hai, right? Then it is also giving explanation basically, right? Why analytical cross-sectional study? It is clearly explaining to you so that you can read and learn also, right? Rather than just खाली काम आ गया तो चले गए समझ में नहीं आया क्यों आया कैसा आया, right? Now it is giving a calculation. Come down. It is giving big number. That is what I told you, right? It is giving 500 plus number. If that is possible, then you can do it. Or otherwise, what you can do is you can go for another reference article with a bigger difference between the scores, right? Clear? Yes, yeah. आपस में सब डिस्कशन हो गया तो फिर हम बात Yes. The point to be learned here is basically we have given certain number, we have got 569 in each group, which is a very big number. For a PG, it may not be possible. Then the trick is we need to go and find another reference article with a higher difference between the two groups, right? वहाँ पे काफी कम difference था ना, 50, 49 तो almost no difference था, right? Then we can do something on non-inferiority and all. I'm not going into that much complexity now, not required also for kind of your projects. Now it is also giving a statistical methods, right? What test you are going to do, right? So usually two groups में you are going to use two tests, basically independent sample t-test and man-Whitney U test, right? Or chi-square test. Three tests लगते हैं, right? To compare number, you use independent sample t-test or man-Whitney U test. You are comparing some proportion, right? For example, socio-economic status आप compare करना चाहेंगे दोनों groups में to apply chi-square test. ये सब यहाँ पे दिया हुआ है. And then there is a references. There's references for formula from where we have taken, references for the software which you have used. You can use these two things to acknowledge the software and the formula, and then this is the reference for your data. Clear? So calculation is not very complex. There are tools to do it. What is complex in this? Compiling the necessary information is the complex. That is वहाँ पे दिमाग लगता है ज़्यादा. वहाँ पे फिर to and fro लगता है, right? इसलिए जब स्टैटिस्टिशियन के पास जाएंगे या वो गाइड यूज करते हो आप दो तीन रेफरेंस आर्टिकल्स फाइनलाइज करके रखना है. ट्राई विद वन. बहुत ज्यादा कम आ रहा है तो यू कैन ट्राई द डिफरेंट रेफरेंस आर्टिकल एंड यू कैन टेक द अप्रोप्रिएट, राइट? क्लियर? Now you have a skill to do sample size calculation. Can you do it on your own? आप अपने आप कर सकते हैं ना sample size calculation? कर सकते हैं? Yes or no? You have to say yes. अपने आप कर सकते हैं sample size calculation using CoGuide. It is free to use. Access is free to use, right? अगर कोई आपको प्रॉब्लम होता है, right? You don't know technicalities, कहीं पे अटक गए आप, तो there is a chat support option here. You can click and you can start conversing with our team. They will be very happy to guide you, very happy to help you with your questions, right? पहले obviously chatbot आएगा. इन chatbot के बाद actual person आएंगे, then they will try to understand your requirement. You can always say I want to talk to an expert because I'm stuck up with this. Then they will immediately find out your suitable time. They will find out our suitable time. They will arrange a call, right? So that means sitting at your home, rather than roaming around too much for any help, you can get into contact with the statistician over phone. They can help you. ऐसे जाना है, ऐसे जाना है. So then you can just do that and calculate the sample size. Clear? Great. We'll take a pause and then we'll move on to the next one. Great. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So at what time you are trying to go? 2 o'clock. 2:30. Yeah. So what we'll do is, after the break, we will move for the data management, right? So we'll try to collect some data and we'll try to manage the data. Anything in methodology, any doubts in methodology, 2 minutes we'll spare time before lunch on methodology, anything else in methodology. CoGuide will give you study design and sample size calculation statistical methods. आप flow में जैसे जैसे जाएंगे, वो अलग-अलग study designs आपको मिल जाएगा, right? But I want to clarify 3 things with respect to study designs. Quickly, make a note of it. Take a pen and paper. Study designs के जो terms है, I want to clarify in 5 minutes time. Quickly, I'll give you an algorithm. The first question you'll ask is, am I doing any intervention as a part of the study? Am I doing any intervention as a part of the study? That is the first question you'll ask, right? Then, इसका answer हो सकता है yes या no, right? Am I doing any intervention as a part of the study, right? आप खाली intervention करके question mark डाल सकते हो, shorthand, right? then दो आंसर हो सकता है इसका, yes या no, right? If it is yes, we call them as intervention studies. कोई यहाँ पे complex नहीं है, simple है. It is intervention study or experimental study बोलते हैं इसको, right? Alternate term we use, right? If it is not, right, there is no intervention, then you call it as observational study broadly. नहीं simple है, right? Is it school kid level वाला करना चाहिए, right? What do you mean by intervention? आप टैबलेट दे रहे हो, इंजेक्शन दे रहे हो, न्यूट्रिशन एडवाइस दे रहे हो, फिजिकल एक्टिविटी एडवाइस दे रहे हो, right? You are giving anything. You are trying to change the natural course of events. That is called intervention, right? जरूरी नहीं है कि हर बार इंजेक्शन ठोकना है या कोई सर्जरी करना है, right? So even your structured diet program is an intervention, right? Or you are asking the person to stop doing something, that is also an intervention, right? You are saying, okay, कल से आपको ये वाला नहीं खाना है, that is also an intervention, right? So you are changing the natural course, right? If yes, intervention or experimental study, if no, it is an observation study, right? Then in the intervention studies, you will ask again next question, how many groups you have? Keep on putting like an algorithm, na? Yes हो गया तो intervention experimental studies हो गए, उसके अंदर you will ask how many groups we have, one group or more than one group, right? Not now. We have done the roadmap, right? So we are obviously building it, right? It's a work in progress. Right now, for example, we have 48 students out of them, 10 students are doing some product development kind of thing. Asking for development for the time being. When it is ready, we
Because they will go ahead with pretending. There are two girls who are already.
we are building it. We are building it. Now we are building very extensive data analysis module, product development, lab-based studies we are building, right? Come in maybe another 6 months to a year.
Very nice. The way because the questions are being handled also in the app.
Yeah.
And we started to do a project on efficacy of one-day hands-on workshop on the perception of nutrition students on research.
Will be good, huh?
Free
Yeah,
and post feedback.
We have post feedback again. Okay, quickly, right? So experimental arm में one group है तो क्या करेंगे? एक group लेंगे, उसको we'll assess something pre-intervention, and then we'll do some intervention, then assess something in the post-intervention, right? It is called single group before and after intervention study. There is no fancy term for this. It is a full description. Single group before and after intervention study. Self-explanatory phrase, right? If it is two groups, then the next question is, how are we putting the participants into these two groups? So how do we put, right? For example, a patient is walking into the room. How will I decide whether he or she will go into this group or this group? कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे? मेरा मर्जी से डालूं कि आप इधर जाओ, इधर जाओ, आप इधर जाओ, नहीं. No, for example, we are doing an intervention for obesity. One intervention is primarily diet-based lifestyle intervention. Another intervention is a physical activity heavy-based intervention. तो मैं कैसे डिसाइड करूं किसको इस ग्रुप में डालूं, किसको इस ग्रुप में डालूं? नहीं. We have to do it randomly, right? That is called randomization, right? Randomization ना मेरे को I should not select it, right? मैं बोला आपका शक्ल अच्छा है, आप इधर जाओ, आपका शक्ल ठीक नहीं है, आप इधर जाओ, नहीं कर सकते, right? So you have to follow some method where you don't have any role in deciding who will go where, right? That is called randomization, right? So prudence method of randomization is स्क्रिप्ट लगाते हैं, right? ये भी डाल के ये आएगा तो इधर, B आएगा तो इधर. मेरे को कोई कंट्रोल नहीं, but that is very crude form. But nowadays we use software and all, वो इतना डेप्थ में नहीं जाना है, 3 घंटे की वर्कशॉप में नहीं पॉसिबल है. तो आप ना लिखिए, if you are deciding it by randomization, it is called randomized controlled trial, right? But if you are deciding by patient choice or your choice, then it is called non-randomized controlled trial, right? Clear? हो गया ना, एक आम हो गया, इंटरवेंशन स्टडीज का आम खत्म हो गया. नाउ कम टू ऑब्जर्वेशनल स्टडीज. Please focus, doctors. I don't want any disturbance. Next 5 minutes. Next 5 minutes, please focus. This is what you are going to do. Most of your studies are going to be observational studies, right? Intervention studies थोड़ा सा difficult है, right? In observational studies only, people usually make lot of errors in the terminology used. So please focus for next 5 minutes. In observational studies, again we ask 3 questions. The first question you need to ask is, how many study groups you have? If it is one group, you call it as descriptive study. If it is more than one group, you call it as analytical study. Clear? हो गया ये वाला term. Register and forget and keep it aside. Okay. The next question you will ask is, am I following them forward in time, backward in time, or assessing at same point of time? Right? This is the direction of follow-up, right? From where? From the recruitment. Right? Today I am recruiting. After recruitment, forward in time for the outcome to happen, or am I looking into the past? If I am looking forward in, that is called prospective study. If I am taking retrospective data happened 6 months, 1 year, 10 years in the past, that is called retrospective study. If I am assessing something instantaneously here in a particular point or a period of time, it is called cross-sectional study. Clear? The last question I'll ask, the third question is, whether my study groups or they are based on the risk factor. Right? This is the third question. Right? If they are based on the disease, we call it as case control study. If they are based on the risk factor, we call it as cohort study. If it is based on the disease, we call it as case control study. Case is disease, the other group, comparator group, is called control, right? If the group I am recruiting is based on the risk factor, is called cohort study. Clear? इसको ज़्यादा मिक्स करके पूरा right बिरयानी लेमन राइस नहीं बनाना है, right? इसको सीधा थिंक करना है, simple and straightforward. I'll give you quickly tuck 5-6 scenarios. You will get me the study design. Okay? Okay. I am taking a group of obese people. I am doing a lifestyle-based intervention, and I am following them for next 6 months, assessing their weight after 6 months of time. What is the study design? No, पूरा. तो क्या हो रहा है अभी बताइए मेरे को. When I am asking something, you are jumping into it. Jump नहीं करना है, right? Go to the algorithm. Ask the first question. Am I doing any intervention as a part of the study? No. फिर तो सुना ही नहीं मेरा क्वेश्चन आप लोग. मैंने क्या बोला? सुना नहीं ना. I have told you I am taking a group of obese people. I am giving them a lifestyle modification intervention, a package of diet, physical activity, everything. I am following them for 6 months, and after 6 months I am assessing their weight again. Again, jump नहीं करना है. वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ. Why is hurry, right? क्यों आप चटके में क्यों बोलना नहीं बोलना है, right? Go to algorithm. Am I doing any intervention as a part of the study? Yes. फिर prospective तो नहीं आएगा उसमें. वो वाला हमने क्या है? Then the next question is it single group or multiple groups? It's a single group. Then what is the study design for that? Single group before after intervention study. Intervention arm में there are only 3. Intervention study, there are only 3 designs: single group, before after study, randomized control trial और non randomized control trial. Clear? आप ठीक से लिखा नहीं है या तो है ना? हाँ. So now you are getting the skill, right? The skill is go to the algorithm, ask the first question, am I doing intervention, then forget about the observational studies, right? Now come to intervention arm. Intervention arm, the next question is how many study groups I have? I have a single group. Before and after intervention, I am looking for the effect. So a single group before after intervention study, right? So I am taking a group of obese people, right? I am giving one kind of therapeutic dietary intervention like what I have described. Another group I am giving a tablet. How we start there, right? Along with the intervention, right? Now I am following these 2 groups and I am assessing for the outcome. What is the study design? Yeah. So again, algorithm, right? I am doing intervention. Yes, I have 2 groups. Then there are 2 possibilities: randomized control trial, non-randomized control trial. Then you will ask, okay, how am I putting participants in 2 groups? If I am following a random method, it's called randomized. ऐसा करना है आपको, right? Okay, let's say now, okay. I am going to conduct a study where I am going to take a group of. I am going to go to a college, right? A university, right? I am going to take a group of. I am going to take all the students, right? My research question is to see whether there is any difference in hemoglobin value between male and female students, between the boys and girls. So I am recruiting 2 groups of people, 50 boys and 50 girls, and I am assessing their hemoglobin value. So what is the study design? I am not doing any intervention, so forget that and come to observational studies. In the observational studies, is analytical study because I have 2 groups. Am I following forward, backward? आप पुराना क्वेश्चन नहीं अभी इस क्वेश्चन में नहीं आया मैं कहाँ फॉलो अप कर रहा हूँ यार मैं जाके या है ना पुराना क्वेश्चन कर रहा हूँ आई एम गोइंग टू कॉलेज 50-50 बॉयज गर्ल्स लेके फटाफट ब्लड ड्रा करके हीमोग्लोबिन वैल्यू चेक करता हूँ राइट सो नो फॉरवर्ड नो बैकवर्ड एनालिटिकल क्रॉस सेक्शनल स्टडी वहीं पे रुक जाता है वो राइट क्लियर नाउ लेट अस से आई एम टेकिंग ए ग्रुप ऑफ I'm going to a factory, right? Today I have their BMI or their nutrition status at the time of their joining into that particular employment has got any impact on the occurrence of some complications, right? Like let us say Draupadi or diabetes or hypertension now, right? So I am going to a sort of a factory setting, right? Where now I am going to do a sort of health checkup of all the employees, right? I am going to take their BMI, I am going to take their hypertension, I am going to take their diabetic status, everything. I am classifying them into 2 groups, right? One group is people with chronic disease, people without chronic disease. Now I am looking into their past medical records and see what is their BMI at the time of joining, their nutritional status, and trying to compare those things between these 2 groups. What is the study design? Again, come back. No intervention is an observational study. 2 groups is an analytical study. Is a retrospective study. Study groups are based on cases, that is people with chronic disease, people without chronic disease. It is a case control study. The moment you write case control study, 2 things are confirmed. One is always analytical study because there is a case, there is a control. So analytical study लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. Descriptive case control study नहीं होता है. Case control always analytical. Most of the times it is retrospective. Right? Why I am using most of the times I will not tell today because it will take the entire day. But usually case control study is a retrospective. Right? Okay? So case control study लिख देंगे तो आपको चीज जाएंगे. It is analytical, it is retrospective. वो दोनों लिखने की जरूरत नहीं. Right? But same experiment, for example, let us say I am going to start my study with the hospital record, right? Their employment record in the beginning, right? So So I'm going to go to their joining date, and then I'm going to take their entire nutritional status. I'm going to classify them as overweight and obese and normal weight people. And I'm going to then follow them till now, and I'm going to now look at the occurrence of chronic diseases. So my classification here is overweight and obese at the time of joining, normal weight at the time of joining. Now what is the study design? What kind? Again, come. Don't jump. If you jump, you will make a mistake. Even I will make a mistake. I will never jump. So many years still I come with the algorithm, right? Experimental, nahi. Observational. It is analytical. Is it forward looking, backward looking? हाँ फॉरवर्ड देख रहा हूँ आज मैं स्टडी कर रहा हूँ मैं सारे डाटा पुराने से ही ले रहा हूँ ना आगे तो नहीं जा रहा हूँ तो इट इज रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव then my study groups are based on this factor, right? It is an analytical retrospective cohort study. Why analytical? Two groups. Why retrospective? All the things have happened already by the time I started my study. Why cohort study? My study groups are based on the risk factor. Clear? The same study if I do, I'm taking people who are joining, right? Let us say there is a new company which is starting. I'm taking all the employees today, I'm classifying them as overweight, obese, normal, and I'm following them for the next 10 years. This become prospective, analytical, prospective cohort study. So cohort study can be prospective also, retrospective also. Clear? We'll stop here, we'll go for lunch, come back and manage the data. Study design हो गया, sample size calculation हो गया, statistical methods जाते-जाते हम discuss करेंगे in the afternoon, right? But I'm worried about the citation management part. आप सब लोग लैपटॉप लेके आ गए, अगर वो पकड़ेंगे तो बाकी सब कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा. Madam, what we can do is we can have one more Zoom session, right? Like what we had yesterday. Anytime when you are free, Parthivan and myself can be there, so we can teach you the citation management. You propose a time anytime this week, so that will take good 1 hour. I spend that 1 hour now. Rest of the things will not be covered. That can be done anytime on Zoom. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No लड़ाई नहीं होना है. शांति से कुछ भी बात. अच्छा, कब तक एग्जाम है आपका? March 17 तक. Okay.
After theory, they have the practice. We'll let you know.
So let the bosses decide here. Okay. See, ma'am, in that case, my recommendation is this. Basically, see, if I am teaching it today, they are not practicing for the next 20 days, वो भूल जाएंगे, पूरा उठ जाएगा दिमाग से, right? Let them complete the practicals, everything, शांति से, आराम से बैठ के करेंगे, एक बार नहीं तो 2 बार करेंगे, but let them learn it properly and then use it immediately, right? Yeah. बराबर? Okay. We wait for lunch now.
We will take lunch break now. There is a lunch break. We'll come back at 30 minutes. At 2 p.m. At 1:45. I'm sorry.
Guys, I hope you all have got your lunches. So please have it. Maximum by 1:45, you all will come back again. Else you all will
Want to go back home early, so better come early.
All the participants, please take care of your belongings.
दिख गए हो होने के बाद सबने फोन करते हैं उनका होने के बाद सबने फोन करते हैं एवरी मैच होता है आपका भी नहीं होता हाँ से चलो मैक्सिमम 230 करके बोल रही थी 32 फोन कर
Bye.